This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening. Welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host. The views and opinions expressed on our show are not necessarily the views or opinions of myself, Targeted Massachusetts, Stars International. And we're rolling. Who we got on tonight? Ann, are you up there? Number one?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, how you doing? Ann, are you with us?
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi. I'm doing good. This is
I'm sorry, you're not coming in very well. What's your name?
sorry. This is Catherine. Remember the woman with earplugs?
Okay.
Hi. This is Catherine. This woman with the earplugs. I don't hear so well.
Okay.
So I get them out.
All right.
Yeah. You remember to keep your volume up. I liked the last couple of shows you had on. I don't know what tonight's about, but what do you think about using mirrors in our home? What do you think anything about protective clothing, like in less EMF?
Okay. You're not coming in very good, Catherine. It's hard for me to understand you. But
Okay, well, just speaking to you, when I was just speaking to you, turn my cell phone on the regular volume. Can you hear me now?
yes, I can. I can hear you.
Is it all right?
Yeah, we have some interference coming from farther up the line. Yeah, you're coming in fine.
Yeah. Okay.
We have Michael Hughes, who will be joining us this evening, and will actually be joining us from the road for part of it. And the rest will be from his home, I assume. So it should be a very nice evening.
All right.
Okay, let me see. I'm still looking for Ann. Ann, are you with us? Okay, hey Sets, hey Matt, hey Elle, Kathy, Catherine, Gertrude, Dan, and callers. Yeah, Mike is going to be speaking to us about his experiences with targeting. We have a brand new TI who is going to be joining us tonight as well. She is claiming that 1 in 4 foreclosures in the United States is a target. I believe it's 1 in 4. I talked to her very briefly, actually. Hi, Matt. Yep. Oh, you met Richard Lighthouse. Fantastic. Yeah, we go through a lot of his research, and I think he is right on with his scientific approach in his many years of research and his current theories. I listened to him in my home state here, Massachusetts, at the gathering back in October 2017, Unity and Hope. And I thought ideas were fantastic. And go ahead. Catherine, did you want to speak?
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Can you say, is there anything that would be helpful about less EMF garments or anything from less meth products?
I honestly can't not say, simply because I haven't found anything that works.
All right.
I'm not saying that there isn't something there that, won't help you, but somebody that will, something that will, great. You need to talk to some other people that frequent the store, the online store, and go from there.
Okay, well, know that I've heard over and over that President Trump says he's going to help us. Yeah, but I think President Trump knows his days are numbered as being president, and he's only in to put money in his pocket. And there's PTI.
First of all, we don't talk. We try and stay away from politics. And you're breaking up terribly. Number one, Mr. Trump doesn't take a paycheck.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of money every year. So he doesn't take a paycheck because that money it stays in the government coffers and helps us. So that's something no other president's ever done, by the way. Hi, Kim. And Matt is actually one of Michael's friends. And he should be joining us probably by about 9:30.
Can I say something? Can I jump in?
Sure, go right ahead.
I want to introduce myself to Rory Woods.
Hi, Rory.
Hi.
Would you like to go over the information that you shared with me?
Sure.
Well, you have the floor.
I found that I've been targeted in my home. I've been resisting foreclosure. And then I was at a meeting of foreclosure resistors in Springfield, Mass. And a gentleman got up and introduced himself and talked about his wife's horrendous health problems while they were fighting foreclosure. And they matched my own symptoms. And I said, what are the chances? So then, after reading about what happened to the embassy workers in Cuba and minding the comments of those articles online, I bought myself one of those little handheld microwave detection devices from eBay. They came from China, the little H2M2. And I tested my house, and my house had high readings, particularly where I sat at my computer and in my bed. And I don't have Wi-Fi in my house, nor do I have a microwave. So then I took it outside and I checked out the neighborhood, and there were no other high readings except in my house. So then I took the same devices to the homes of other foreclosure resistors in my area, and I found 80% of them to have the same problem, that they had high microwave readings in their homes, and that their neighbors did not, and the street in front of their house did not. It was specifically in their homes. And these people are all, fighting foreclosure, resisting foreclosure, and having myriad health symptoms, including sleep disorders, neurological disorders, extreme sensitivity to heat, ongoing issues. So I myself was diagnosed with brain lesions, epilepsy, a neurological disorder of unknown origin, and aggressive cancer, all within 6 months. And to go along with that, my dog refused to come in the house. So I knew something was wrong. So anyway, I was put in touch with the foreclosure resistor on Orcas Island in Washington State, and I sent him these devices, the M2H2, and he found the same thing, that he had high microwave readings in the middle of his master bed. And they were so high that the device was going into overload. And I said to him, you can't sleep there. That could give you a heart attack or a stroke. So, I suggested he get a tent and sleep on the perimeter of his property. Anyway, so I went around to, like I said, these foreclosure resistors in Western Mass, and I found this correlation. And then I checked out friends in Worcester area, same thing, the same correlation. And it appears that the large banks are microwaving foreclosure resistors in their homes. Now, the sick part of that is if we leave our homes, we lose them. If we stay in our, they fry us.
Rory, is that 1 in 4? Did you say?
80%, 8 out of 10.
Okay.
So, like I said, if we leave our homes, we lose them. If we stay in our homes, they fry us and we get sick. And the longer we stay in our homes to convalesce, the sicker we get. I was illegally evicted from my home on July 11th. And, but prior to that, when I figured this out, it was a year ago, September. The last winter was absolute torture for me, because I was sleeping here and there at different friends' houses. My friends thought I was crazy. So as of the first week of April, when I could sleep outside, I'd sleep in the bed of my pickup truck. I'd pull into, cemeteries. And farm fields. And
give us the manufacturer of that meter again.
It's the H2M2. It's on eBay and it's made in China.
And what's the manufacturer?
I don't know. It's in my truck. It's the H2M2 handheld microwave leakage device. What it does, it measures leak microwave energy from your microwave oven. So what you do is, you put on your microwave oven with a cup of water in it, and you put it on for a minute, and you stand back, and you walk towards your microwave, and when the thing goes off, that's how, like when you're in a danger zone. So you know how far away from your microwave to stand when you're cooking, because you don't want to cook yourself.
Right.
Like I said, I don't own a microwave, and I don't have Wi-Fi, and I stopped carrying my phone, I don't know, probably a year ago. My phone generally lives in my post office box, so I can't be tracked. But they were frying me in the house. So I burned through 2 iPhones because they were frying my house so hard they fried my iPhones. Now these are iPhones that got very limited use because they were living, remotely in my house. I would go out and not carry the phone because I didn't want to be tracked. So anyway, since I've been homeless, the phone just lives in the post office. So in the summertime, after I was illegally evicted, I was living in a tent, and lo and behold, my health improved radically, quickly. It improved since I stopped sleeping in my house, which was the first week of April when it was warm enough to sleep outside. So I was sleeping in the bed of my truck. I was sleeping in my tent. I was moving around here and there, sleeping at friends' houses when they needed a house sitter, pet sitter, whatever. And my health was getting much better. So then I get illegally evicted, and I'm sleeping in a tent in a stationary location. They caught up to me. They fried me in the tent, and then they caught up to me. I was sleeping in my truck, and they caught up to me in my truck, and then I started sleeping at various friends' houses after the first week of November when it got cold. So I was sofa surfing all around, maybe 6 or 8 different places here and there. I'd mix it up. I'd stay 2 nights here, 3 nights there, just moving around. And they fried me at my friends' houses. And I didn't know how they were tracking me because I wasn't opening up my laptop in any of those locations, and I wasn't carrying a cell phone. But it turns out I saw this video on YouTube by Horton in the UK, and she had this bug sweep that she was running over her head. And on January 1st, I was going to this ritual bonfire event, and I took this steep curve with my truck, and I hit a pothole, and lo and behold, this disc pops out of the headliner of my truck and lands in my lap. And it's this carbon disc. It's brown. And it's about the size of a quarter, a little bit bigger, about the same thickness, and it's magnetized. And I'm like, what the heck is this? So that's when I bought the bug sweep, and I checked this thing out. sure enough, it sends out an RF signal. So I figured that must be the GPS device, how they were tracking my truck. And so then I got this bug sweep, and I'm sweeping all over the truck, and the windshield, the perimeter of the windshield is hot, and the rear view mirror is hot. And when it was the perimeter of the windshield, I thought, when I was like near the steering wheel, this thing would go off. When I'd be near the trim details around the door, this thing would go off. So I was tearing the truck apart looking for these GPS devices, and I wasn't finding any more. So then I'm investigating more around the rear view mirror, and I'm finding that it's the wire that's embedded in the windshield that's sending out the RF signal, and it seems to be ambiently charging that GPS device. When I remove the GPS device from the truck, it only gives out a very faint signal. But when I stick it back in the truck in the headliner, it gives out a stronger one. And I think what it's doing is it's piggybacking off the energy that's sent through that wire in the windshield. So anyway, I get this bug sweep, and I'm running it over my head. Sure enough, I got these 4 locations in the back of my head that are going off. And I don't know how, they get these RFID things in my head. But sure enough, my head is hot, and that's maybe how they're tracking me. And my dog's got one in his neck. And the last time, this is very, very strange. So for years, they've been hitting me really hard, and I've been, particularly they hit me like a day or so before I have a court appearance. And then I can't articulate myself in court. I lose my words. I lose my ability for critical thought. It's just a mess. Everything goes badly for me. And so oddly enough, the last times I was hit really hard were January 6th and 7th consecutively. I was hit in the pelvis. I was hit so hard I thought they were going to cripple me. I could barely walk the next day. I'm walking with a cane. I'm hobbling around. My dog got hit too because he was sleeping in the bed with me right near my legs, and it was terrible. I had to carry him down 23 steps. I could barely walk. He couldn't walk at all. He wouldn't eat all day. It's a mess. And they haven't hit me since. They have not hit me since January 7th. I don't know why.
Okay.
May I'd like to ask a question about the meter. Frank asked the maker of the meter, and could you say it slowly? I'm slow.
Yeah.
And so give me the time to write.
It's H2-M2.
SM2.
And all you got to do is you go on eBay.
Let me repeat that. Let me repeat. H2-M2-OMT.
No, there's no OMT. H2M2.
Oh, okay.
So you go on to eBay and you do a search for microwave leakage meter.
Mark, you're really bleeding in.
Can I ask, how do we get whoever she spoke to in the government, how can we get them to come to our homes who have talked about this and who say that it's happening to us in our homes to check?
I don't know. I'm calling you back for help.
That's going to be a ways down the road. But if you want somebody to come to the house, call your power company and just tell them the electricity's dirty and it's making you sick. See what kind of response you get. I'm just curious.
I can tell you.
And what did they say?
They say that they can check that for pole, but you're not going to be able to check it from the pole to your house, that you'll have to get an electrician to do that. And that they don't take radiation meter readings. They only do electricity. Water.
What's your name, ma'am?
Shannon.
Oh, doesn't even sound like you.
I'm sorry. I'm getting a cold.
Aren't we all? Okay, so Lori.
I know George Power has told me that you also need to get something that will clean the air in your home because they don't think it's happening in your home. I've got the same problem where my dog refuses to come inside, and my dog was trained to help me, and I do have disabilities.
Well, I should probably tell you more about what I found.
Yeah, go right ahead. Lorraine is here. Lorraine is into the perps due to real estate. She calls it real estate mobbing. And
Yeah.
she has a lot of information on that, and I'm sure that you will enjoy speaking with her.
So what I found is that this foreclosure debacle that's taken over the country is it was planned. The same people that are resisting foreclosure, the same demographic groups that get targeted over and over again. People of color, people with disabilities, the elderly, and single women. So they expect not to have to fight back. So what happened was, for a couple of years, I've been aware the dog doesn't want to come in the house. And I've been trying to figure it out. That's when I shut off the Wi-Fi and, was, checking for all these things, hired people to come in and check for gamma radiation and this kind of radiation and that kind of radiation, whatever. And they're all, I'm spending all this money and they're coming up with. And so one day, there's this guy stops out in front of my house. And he's out by the corner and he's playing with his phone. And I go over to him and I ask him what he's doing. And he's playing a Pokemon game on his phone because he plays it with his nephew. So he tells me there's a reluctance about where he's standing on the corner of my property and there's nothing on the other corner. And I said, I said, Jesus, they would chicken coop and I'd be triangulated. So I call up a friend and I say, you got a smartphone? She comes over. We play a Pokemon game on her phone. We go out back. Sure enough, it's behind the chicken coop. My house is triangular. So all these homes that I'm finding that people are being, that there's microwave energy levels high in their homes, particularly over their master bedroom at the kitchen table, on their sofa where they watch TV, whatever. These homes are surrounded by one or more of these Pokemons. So what they've been able to do, why I could not get, I paid like $800 to one radio frequency engineer to come over with his sensitive equipment and spend the whole day trying to find anomalies. And then I spent $1,100 for a different guy, and they came up with nothing. It's because what's happening is the Pokemons are owned by a company called Niantic LLC out of San Francisco, and they work in concert with Google's GPS technology and the U.S. Navy. And what they've done is, we've got all of the Western world now with Wi-Fi for people's phones and their tablets, computers, and yada, 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 GPS. What they've done, so that Wi-Fi that's blanketed in the areas is supposedly at a safe level. But what they can do is they can aggregate and direct it into people's homes or at targets. So that's what they're doing. These people that are resisting foreclosure, their homes are surrounded by these Pokemons, and then I drive around the neighborhood, for 2 or 3 miles looking for more Pokemons, and there are none until you find another house that's in foreclosure. So what they're doing is they're using these Pokemons to aggregate the ambient microwave energy, and then they're directing it into these people's homes. They're frying the people in their homes so they can't mount a cogent defense against the foreclosure. They're frying our brains and making us very sick. Then we go in court, we fall apart, and boom, they get our house. So
Okay, Rory,
that's what they're doing.
Something that you probably didn't know, or you probably do because you've done research, but your microwave is putting out 2.4 gigs, and your Wi-Fi is putting out 2.4 gigs. So this is actually half of your Wi-Fi package. They call it 5G, but in our state, it's not really 5G yet. When we get 5G, everyone will know it, trust me, because it's about 90 times more powerful.
So yes, they have 5G in my office space where I work, and that's where my head hurts. That's when I realized there was something in the back of my head, because those things, after I'm in my office for half an hour or so, these things in the back of my head, whole back of my head gets sensitive, and it feels like, like I've been hit in the head. Very tender. And that's when I put this bug sweep on the back of my head, and I found these 4 locations that give radio frequency readings off the back of my head. It happens more in the building that has 5G. If I'm out someplace where there's no Wi-Fi, it's barely detectable. But when I'm in a place where there's 5G, these things really hurt. How do they put them there?
How do they put what where?
These RF things in my head, in the back of my head.
Okay. Do you have a scan that shows that they're there, actually?
No, I just use the bug sweep, and the bug sweep, it goes off. The lights and the sound go off at 4 locations in the back of my head.
Okay. If you talk to Richard Lighthouse will tell you that is the area in which you are targeted by the satellites. That's where the satellite locks on. So I'm not surprised that you're getting a strong reading there. One of our regulars here, Angela, from Carolinas, actually gets the same. She uses her meter on the back of her head, and she has a wand with hers, so it's much more effective. You can actually move the wand around, and she gets high concentrations in the back of her head.
Yes, that's what I have.
Okay, any other parts of your body, like hands, thighs,
Yes, my hand
area,
and
like that?
my bug's neck.
Okay, yeah. Now, this meter that you have is measuring, what is it measuring? What does the scale say?
I don't have it on me. It's a pretty big range. It's called the Bug Sweep. It's on eBay. It's from China. It's $30.
Okay. Okay, Catherine, your mic's open and sounds like you're downing a bag of potato chips. I'm gonna have to throw the old mute bag on you till you finish eating. Yeah, a lot of people are coming up with the same information.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ken. Caller 36, I just muted you for a reason. It's your mic is not working properly. When you get it straightened out, just hit *6 and you'll be speaking. Okay, go ahead, Rory. And actually, Lorraine was going to chime in with you there. She was going to jump in and.
Hi, Frank. It's Lorraine. How are you?
Oh, very good. How you doing, Lorraine?
Okay. Hi, Rory.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah. I've been focusing mostly on the real estate mobbing. My real estate mobbing has been horrendous. Vandalism, theft. It doesn't matter what time of the day or night. If I'm asleep, they break into my house. When I'm out, they break into my house. I had a doctor appointment 2 days ago, and I come home, and somebody had been in the house and damaged my hardwood floor. They always make it known when they're here. So it's been a nightmare, and I believe what you said, that it's planned, that it was an agenda to do this, because on my block, and I live in a very nice neighborhood. I mean, the houses in my development, are over $500,000, and around the block, 2 houses side by side were in foreclosure. Now, I know the economy's not that good and everything, but it was so highly unusual that those two houses would be in foreclosure.
Well, let me tell you
And
something.
yes,
Can I give you a quick anecdote? There was a housing development in Arizona that went in, and let's say there were 20 properties. They were all foreclosed, and it turned out the government wanted to mine land under the houses.
they wanted to what?
They wanted to mine the land. There was important minerals under those homes. They wanted to put mines in to mine it. So they got rid of all the people so they could mine under their homes.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I don't think we have that issue here, but I'll tell you what a friend said. I do have one good person who works at the sheriff's department, and he basically said that this area, like where I live in the surrounding area, we're kind of sandwiched in between several police departments, a courthouse, the prosecutor's office, a jail, and hundreds of lawyers. So it is like turning into I don't know, a military legal mecca. So that my development, they want these houses for their lawyers, for their cops. But the way I look at it is, if they want to move in here, then just buy the house. Why force people out? We're moving anyway, or we want to move anyway.
Well,
because they want it for free.
Right.
Wow.
They wanted to first they destroy your health, then they destroy your credit, then they compromise your assets, and then they pick it up for a song.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're doing. I mean, I've lived here for 30 years, and my house was literally in mint selling condition in 2014, and they started systematically destroying it. And it's on a daily basis. It's not even like, okay, once in a while it's happening. It's every day another branch is being torn off a tree. They're digging another hole in the grass. They've moved people in to completely surround me. Right next door, diagonally across the street, is a detective they moved in here. She's involved, and then another person in the other diagonal. So I'm like in this triangle, and of course, they co-opt all of my long-term neighbors. One neighbor had even mentioned to me, I mean, before he turned into a perp, he said, well, he said, I don't know why this would happen to you. You're one of the nicest people I know. And then suddenly, like months later, I guess that people see me talking to them, and then suddenly they're no longer talking to me. So,
what
and then
state are you in, Lorraine?
I'm in New Jersey.
Wow.
It doesn't. I don't know. I mean, I guess everybody says that their own state is corrupt,
sorry.
but New Jersey is quite well known for it.
Yeah. I'm so sorry you're going through that. Are you going to move?
I'm trying to, but they are sabotaging it. There's no reason why my house wouldn't sell in 2.5, 3 years. There's absolutely no reason. It's a beautiful house, even in spite of what they're doing. Like, I'm doing my best to maintain it and do the repairs and everything. So there's no reason my house wouldn't sell. And so far, every person that's been in here either doesn't make an offer, or they say they're going to make an offer, and then it suddenly doesn't materialize. So it just doesn't make sense to me.
Could you rent it out? And
I don't really want to do that. I really do want to get out of the house and move, because I'm moving out of state.
Maybe refi and use that money to buy property elsewhere, and then kind of figure out how to get rid, how to
Yeah,
dump
I
it?
mean, I went along that avenue, and the banks are not even allowing me to refinance because I'm mostly self-employed, and they go by this debt to income ratio. So they're not even allowing me to refinance. Now, I don't know if that's something that,
But don't you have equity?
yeah, I
You
do,
have,
but I do have equity, but I've taken out a home equity credit line, and
oh,
I owe a lot of money.
see.
I
Well, they're
owe a lot of
trying
money
to.
because I went to graduate school, as in my 40s and 50s, and moved my daughter across the country, had Lyme disease and medical bills for 2 years without medical insurance. And then, of course,
Hmm.
the damage to my house. I can't even tell you how much damage, but I've put an additional $30,000 in repairs.
They're
What about those places
stripping
that
you
say
and they're
we'll buy?
isolating you. They're isolating you and asset
Yeah.
stripping you. And if you realize that, then you can take a different attitude toward what's going on. I think if you face the reality of what's going on, they're isolating you and they're asset stripping you, and you won't be able to stop either one.
No,
Well,
you
I don't know
won't.
that they're isolating me. Sure, they've done certain things, but I still have friends. I still have a family.
Okay, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you reality. Face it. It's the only way you're going to be able to deal with it. Otherwise, that's all I got to say.
If I might chime in, this is Rory in Western Mass. I've seen this happen to other people here in Western Mass, and they don't rest until they've destroyed you. They're going to destroy your finances, destroy your health, destroy your business contacts, and exactly like she said, they're going to destroy your assets. So you need to document all of this.
Oh, I have been. I've been doing it for years, and I filed my first major complaint. And no, I'm going to file a lawsuit.
Yeah. So if you're gonna look and see if there's Pokemons around your building, try to get someone else to do it. Don't put it on your phone.
Now, when you were saying that, I'm not sure I understand what you were saying. I know what Pokemon is, but when you say like in the neighborhood, what do you mean?
Okay. So houses that are being targeted with this, so they're taking the ambient microwave energy, they're aggregating it, and they're directly into your home, and they're making you sick. The way that they're doing it is they're creating what looks on your phone like a Pokemon.
On my phone?
Yes, it's a phone game, but don't put it on your phone. Do not do that, because you're giving access to Niantic LLC. You're giving them complete access to your phone if you download that game. So you either want to buy a junk phone, a burner phone, or get someone else to do it, someone who already plays Pokemon. And then you'll come to your house, put the Pokemon game on, and you'll look and see, is there one right over your house? Are they surrounding your house? They're usually within 150 feet. And those are the devices they're using to aggregate, direct the microwave energy into your house. And on your phone, you'll see these apparitions. They look like cartoon figures. But if you had four-dimensional vision, which none of us do, what you would probably see instead is some engineered.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
So
I can't hear you at all.
well, I don't know what happened. Can everyone else hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you're awful.
Muffled or something.
I
Yeah,
don't know why. Is that better?
yeah, you need to come up a little bit.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
it's
missed
fix my.
what you just said.
Okay. So don't put the Pokemon game on your own phone. If you do that, Niantic LLC, the makers of Pokemon, can access your phone at will. Do not do that. Get a burner phone. On your burner phone, you download this game, and then you look. You get it. You go to your house. You turn on the Pokemon game on some burner phone, and you look where these apparitions are. It might be directly over your house. They're going to be probably within 150 feet. And those are the locations. Once you buy the M2H2 microwave detection device, you can see. Because I bought 4 of these devices. Because I wanted to see what direction the energy was coming from. Was it my neighbors with a handheld device? What was it? So I bought 4 of these things, and I sent them up, north, south, east, west. And by watching the readings on these handheld microwave detection devices, I can see directionally where the energy is coming in from. And it just so happens it's coming in from the direction of the Pokemons.
Wow. That's a good find.
So the Niantic LLC Pokemon game is not a game. It's a weapon hidden in plain sight.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sure is. Like so many other of these, in plain sight.
Yeah.
That they could weaponize a game like that. I mean, it's just
it's not
amazing.
Really a game. It's not really a game. It's a weapon made to look like a game. It's masquerading as a game.
Yeah, just like a dashboard where they can hide a virus on your dashboard behind any icon.
Yeah.
So when kids are playing Pokemon, are they actually radiating us?
I don't think it's kids at all.
When they're going, no, we have a lot of kids go around here playing Pokemon. We sure do.
Well, let me tell you a strange thing. Niantic LLC that owns the Pokemon game. They were popular 2 and 3 years ago around here. No one's really playing it anymore. It's kind of phased out.
Yeah.
But 3
no,
weeks
they,
ago...
they play it around here.
Okay, well, not here. And 3 weeks ago, the company was valued at over $4 billion.
Really?
What this tells me is that the investors who are buying into Niantic LLC stock are perfectly aware of the nature of what they're buying into. They're major companies, they're Intel companies.
So they're using it as storefront, really? They're using it as a storefront.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
When I worked for the phone companies, we had that all the time. On the computer companies, they would set up a fake address on a corner somewhere that didn't exist, and they'd, order a bogus credit card. They'd order,
Unfortunately, a lot of companies do that.
Yeah, so that sounds like this similar thing. What's going on? I did find We Buy Houses Fast in New Jersey. You might want to look into that. I don't know. There's one that says they've been advertised on NBC, so you can look and see if they're credible. I have one.
How'd you find out about the Pokemon game?
Yeah, I had no idea about that.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
A gentleman stopped by my house, and he was standing on the corner of the lot, and he was playing this game. And I went over to him, and I said, "Hey, what's going on? And he said he's playing this game on his phone. And I said, "Oh, show me." And he showed me. And he said, it's not really something that he's into, but his nephew is into it, and he likes to play the game with the nephew, and they trade the spare phone back and forth, and yada, yada, yada. So he says to me, I drive by here every weekend for this part-time job that I have, and this is a really reliable spot for Pokemon, and this is standing in his car is like 120 feet away, and he says, where my car is, that's another really reliable spot. So I went into my house, and I printed out a Google Maps bird's eye of my house, and I marked where he was standing and where his car was. I looked at it, and I said to myself, if there was a third one behind my chicken coop in the backyard, I'd be triangulated. So I called up a friend with a smartphone, and she came over and she downloaded the game, and sure enough, there was a third one behind the chicken coop. My house was, and I said, "Wow, maybe that's how they're frying me."
How about the people that you talk to? Do they feel any type of effect where they feel nauseated or any symptoms that you have when you're being hit?
Yeah, they're all having sleep disorder issues, neurological issues.
And you talk to them off and on? These people that come around and play their Pokemon out on the streets?
No. I don't talk to Pokemon. Pokemon players aren't being affected. It's when your home is surrounded by Pokemons, they're aggregating ambient microwave energy and they're directing it into your homes. When you play the game, you're traveling around. You're not affected.
Kind of like the Truman Show.
I understand, because if they're using the cell phones as an antenna because they downloaded the Pokemon game, that would create a magnetic microwave field around the cell phone. Wouldn't it affect them and whoever is around beside?
Let me try to put this another way. When you're playing Pokemon, it's for a limited amount of time. It's not 24/7. When you're in your home, and your home has been surrounded by these things, and they're directing microwave energy into your home, and you're sleeping in your bed, and they're frying you while you sleep, 24/7, 365, that's going to affect you.
Yes, it does. But I was curious. My question was, like, the people that are playing it, you should probably ask them. Don't tell them you're a TI or anything. Just go, hey, do you guys ever have any type of headache? Just give them some kind of a description of what you're going through, but make it sound like, hey, you're just curious, just to see what they would say. Because they're holding this is what I mean. They're holding the cell phone in their hand, right? They download the app, the Pokemon app, to their cell phone. Now they're connected to the Pokemon and also a directed energy, and they're using the Pokemon at the front. That would affect
exactly, storefront.
And that would affect the person, the phone, and whoever else is around them.
I think the triangulation she was talking about is much more important than Pokemon. I think Pokemon is a storefront.
Yeah, I understand that, but the thing is, whoever has downloaded on their cell phone, like if, let's say I had it and you had it downloaded, right? And then a third party had it, and you live behind me and I live like another person lived like 4 houses down, and they're playing it. And we're playing it at our own time. We don't know that we're playing it. That triangulates everybody that's in the middle or around the cell phone that's holding it. Right?
Yeah.
So you're saying like Wi-Fi, right? Everybody's on the same Wi-Fi system.
Right.
Then they can kind of perp on each other and.
It's a Wi-Fi. A Wi-Fi is a force multiplier. In other words, these pulses that are coming from your phone go through the Wi-Fi, pick up energy, and it'll multiply the force, like when you get pulsed or when you get hit.
Yeah, I don't use Wi-Fi at all. I don't use Wi-Fi at all.
I don't have any choice. I'm trying to figure out if my Wi-Fi is just for me or for my building that I'm in of 4 apartments or 6 apartments, because I would like to turn it off.
Yeah.
I know one time our electricity went off and the Wi-Fi went off, and I was still getting pulsed from outside, but the pulses were like nothing. I could feel them, but it was like someone tapping you with a finger compared to somebody punching you in the face,
Yeah, it was decreased, in other words, what you're saying.
Right. Wi-Fi is a force multiplier. It'll multiply the force you're being hit with.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm pretty sure it can be used as a friend, and I'm pretty sure they can piggyback off of the Wi-Fi too.
Mm-hmm.
But I guarantee if the Wi-Fi was alone by itself and had no directed energy or any other frequency or none of the synthetic telepathy frequencies on it, that you wouldn't be affected by the Wi-Fi. Okay, I mean, if you read about it, you can piggyback off of different things. That's what they do. But going back to the question of the Pokemon thing, the only reason why I was asking is because they're the ones who has a cell phone, and she found out there's one down the street and one around the house and one behind her, right? So if they're playing the game, they must be getting affected too besides her. That's why I was just asking. I wasn't saying she was right or wrong or anything.
You know what? I got to
That's all.
interject. I'm not really concerned about someone playing the game.
Yeah, I'm not
I'm
either. I was
concerned.
curious if they're being affected. That's it. That's why I just said that.
Okay, enough. Enough of the game.
What?
Excuse me?
So, you want some of the phone numbers maybe to call these places about buying your house for cash, like fast? Would you think about going that route? That's what I would want to look into that avenue.
Yeah.
Are you there, Lorraine?
Is Mike on yet? Michael Hughes?
Yes, this is Lorraine. Would you like to email me?
I don't do a lot of emailing, just to the
Okay.
VA generally, because I've been so perped, and when I had my computers, that's how they crashed my computers, because I was using Wi-Fi.
Okay.
So, let me just give you a few phone numbers that I see in New Jersey. Buy houses, fast cash. Let's see. New Jersey.
Okay. Would anybody else like to weigh in on this real estate foreclosure scheme?
Yeah,
Because
this is a really horrible thing. I mean, I mentioned, I guess months ago that TIs who are renting are targeted differently than TIs that are targeted who have real estate and property. What's even more criminal is that while we're living in a house, we're paying property taxes, and we're responsible for personally for the repairs.
Yeah, I have been there, done that.
Darlene Miles went through exactly what you're talking about. They stripped her. There's several other targets that I know that they stripped
caught by a
also,
predatory lender. So yeah, I ended
including
up
myself.
having a seller get foreclosed on. There's one it's by BBB rated A plus. We buy houses fast, and it has contacts, resources, frequently has questions, how it works, our company. In New Jersey, let's see if I can find a number for you. Let's see, call us. It's 908-547-0404, and it says Halo Home Buyers. We're here to help.
Okay. Thank
I
you.
would start that way, definitely. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable about putting information even on there. I feel more comfortable talking to someone.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I found
looking up their rating.
I believe that these people, my township, the police department, all these people that are involved are intentionally sabotaging my sale.
Yeah, because they want to get it for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
I figure you'll just drop it and leave, and they'll get it for whatever the taxes are.
Well, I'm not going to drop it and leave. I'm a taxpayer. I pay my taxes. I pay my bills. What?
Yeah, I've been there, done that. I understand what you're saying.
So I mean, I don't know about anybody else, if people have filed complaints and lawsuits yet, but if you don't do that, you're not going to be heard, period.
Right.
I'm going to look up lawsuits if there's lawsuits against them in the area.
See if you can get in touch with Darlene Miles and see how she's doing, because she went through this quite a few years ago. And I know she had a beautiful home, and she was very they took her down to nothing, took me down to nothing.
I've heard, yeah, from other women have contacted me privately. They did the same thing to them, and they ended up, moving, and whatever.
Women
Some people.
women are an easy target to these
Yeah.
programs. So
Yep.
I'm not surprised. All of the people that have been asset stripped that I know of, that had very, very high end houses, blah, 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 occupations, were women. And
Well,
this has
this
been
is a
going
huge
on.
discrimination lawsuit, and I think we need to find a lawyer who's going to take on a discrimination lawsuit, because that's basically what it is.
I hate to tell you this, but then the lawyer will take your money and you'll lose in court anyway. And that's how it
Well,
goes. The
well,
courts are corrupt. The courts are
well,
corrupt.
I understand the courts are corrupt, but there are laws.
Doesn't matter. They won't follow them.
Lorraine, the good thing is your realtor wants money and they want to sell your property. They want as much money as they can make off of it, so the more they sell it for, the more you get.
Right.
And we now have real estate sites all over the internet, like Zillow and a bunch of others, that you can find out what the houses in your area are being sold for. So they can't con you and say, oh, it's only going to sell for half of that, because you know what the
Oh,
other.
I already know. I mean, I've actually been to real estate school, and I've worked at 3 different real estate
cool.
agencies.
Okay, but what
So,
I'm saying is your realtor will want their money. And no matter how much the perps try to get to them, those realtors want their money that they're going to make off that percentage of your sale. So it really does protect you in a way. I've sold a number of properties and found that as long as I stay strong and as long as I know the value, they can't mess with me. Like, you
right.
can lie, but just read everything thoroughly and don't sign a thing until you really know, well, you know that. But just,
Oh, absolutely.
I had to stay really strong and just tell them this is what is. It's not going to happen that way. I mean, I've had, on one building, the guy who wanted to buy it had removed one of the braces for the roof, and it was like sagging. And
Wow.
2 guys went with me to go and take a look at all that. And then we went again, and the it had been removed, and then it was back. After I told the guy that wanted to buy it what happened, because he was my tenant, I told him, that's been removed. Something's wrong here. Son of a gun, it was replaced. So,
Yeah.
make sure you know your property. Make sure they're not going to mess with you. Check it out. Go walk through it with the home inspection guy, and make sure that your real estate contract says if this transaction fails, all parties will bear their own attorney's fees, and that will also keep them from trying to screw you around so that you have to pay their attorney's fees. That walked me out of 3 different
Good
lawsuits.
point.
Good.
Yeah, those are really good points. Thank you for mentioning that. In fact, if I get down to that phase, I'll contact you and we can review this.
There you
I've been
go.
through it a lot, and there are just ways you can protect yourself, and you can write anything you want to into a contract and then initial it, and don't let anybody tell you can't, because that becomes part of the contract. That's how I put the attorney fees thing in my contracts. You can
That's
do
a
it.
great idea.
That's really
Yeah,
great.
that's
You
a
got
really good
someone on
idea.
your side.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You can we can do this. We can take care of ourselves. It seems like we're helpless, but we're not.
Yeah, we're not.
And they do back down. These perps do back down once they know you're not going to buy their BS. They back. At least my experience has been that they did.
Yeah.
Linda.
Yeah.
Well, they've already been called out in a very public way in many interviews. So,
Good.
but it's just very frustrating. I just want to get out of this state.
Yes, it's very frustrating.
Yeah.
It's horrible here. Just horrible. I mean, it's a nice neighborhood. It's very pretty. It's convenient. But the local government, I mean, it's just horrific.
Yeah. I hear you. I've moved 3
I
times.
wanted to ask her if she knew much about the oil well fracking and the oil industry and the emptying of houses with the use of cell towers to cook the people out of their homes to get to the fracking real estate, tear the house out. That's happened here in this area a lot.
Point.
And probably between 15 and 30 homes within a 5 square mile area. That's significant. And
I don't like the idea of fracking at all.
And they're fracking this area.
Sorry about that.
You feel the ground vibrate for about 2 seconds, and then it stops for 3 weeks, maybe a month, and then you'll feel it again. The ground will vibrate, and those are explosives that they can go down as far as 1,000 feet and let go with one hell of a force with the TNT that they lower down into the well to set it off to crack the aggregate that's down there to open up new veins of oil so they can get to it. But they cook the people who are dwelling in the properties and to get them out of their homes, and they bulldoze the houses over and put in a well.
Hey, Mark,
Yes.
did you realize
What's that?
The country.
they can drill sideways now? They can go straight down and take a 90-degree corner and go right under your house.
Yeah.
And steal the oil off of your what are they, mineral rights. They'll empty your mineral rights out from under you. Yes.
Not legally.
Illegal.
They can't legally.
It's theft. No, not legally, but it is. It's theft. Oh, there isn't any oil down there. You're not going to get a penny. You know, but fortunately, my wife, she came out smelling real good on that. She paid her house off with it. The house that I'm in right now was paid off by oil that she got from her mineral rights. They jumped on it early. This was 20 years ago. Well,
That's a good point,
I should say more like 15 years ago.
How'd
And
you
the neighborhood was very vigilant. And they stuck together and they fought together and they got their money.
I hadn't even thought of that. It says right here, Senate passes ban on fracking waste in New Jersey. This was October 2018 in Trenton. Ban on disposal of fracking waste in New Jersey fears, but some environmentalists. That was October. Oh boy, you got a good point there.
How did she win?
How did she win?
Yeah.
Neighborhood vigilantism. They stuck together, and they were vigilante. They were vigilant and stayed together and fought it together. And every time they came a knocking, they'd tell them, no, that's not enough, and for you guys to take a hike. And they kept doing that and doing it until they caught on. And this was years before cell towers. They would have had their way had they had the microwave technologies and cell towers. Does that say something?
Yeah.
That says that speaks volumes. They weren't able back then to run them out of their homes with the frequencies. But now they are. And then they bulldoze the house over and they stab a derrick. They put up a derrick and they start drilling where the house was.
Gosh. This just never ends.
And this is going on and on and on. It's very common in this area.
Where do you live?
In Fort Worth, on the fringe of Fort Worth and Haltom City. It's all over. It's all over the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex.
Wow.
They're doing this. It's epidemic, and it would be easy to expose what they're doing. Nobody's going after it. We should. That would be an easy case, an easy thing to expose of the usage of the weapons that they're using to get the people out so they can get to the oil.
But I think you're right. If people stick together, if a whole group where they want to buy from that, they want to buy all that land. If everybody sticks together, they can't. They're going to be stopped.
Yes.
If they can single one person in, then. But if they do, I think that's a good idea. Have block meetings and figure out how you're going to save the value of your home. Together.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Your wife was very clever. It's good of her.
Her neighborhood friends, and they would have meetups about this about every 3 weeks, every maybe 4 weeks, at a school or in a church. There were 90 to 110 people would show up almost every time. The least I ever saw at one of those meetings was about 65 people, and there would be a representative. Those kind of reminded me of Erin Brockovich.
Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking of that the other day. I was looking her up. I was like, yeah, she was with she was going up against the energy company,
and you know
she,
what,
like Linda,
guys?
became her own lawyer. A lot of good information.
The thing about Erin Brockovich, and she is still very much an activist.
Yes, she is.
And there are things that are happening to us that she might very well be interested in defending.
That's a great idea. That is a great idea.
To look her up or to look up her constituents.
The idea just came up. We'll look her up. But she's not afraid. She's famous and famous for being successful at going at the big guys. I think that's a great idea. In fact, I'm going to send her an email.
I've mentioned her name on these calls before, and that says people would just poo-poo it off.
Well, not anymore.
What's her name again?
Erin Brockovich.
Let's see where
the movie.
She's a California
they
actress.
made about her. Who was the actress that played her?
That was Julia Roberts.
Yeah.
Julia Roberts, right. What an actress, boy! She did it right.
Great movie.
Good job.
Pink leak groundwater affected the groundwater, and something about chromium.
It was the oil companies
people
too.
Getting cancer. Yeah, the oil company and PG&E.
She has an office number that you can reach her through. I've spoken to her. One time I spoke to her for about 3 minutes and just asked her a few questions and about our cause. And she said that is kind of out of the area of what I do, but it's something that could be approached. So, she wasn't closed-minded about it at all. So it is something that she very well could be interested in. And I think she would show all the teeth that were available.
Yeah, she
both
just
barrels.
did a post 3 weeks ago. PG&E, high prices staying put. Buyout is a numbers game. Residents have a wait to know how much they have on their mortgage. Yeah, just did a recent.
When you think of all the underhanded things that these creeps have done to us, We are so transfixed on microwave energy. Oh, the microwaves are killing us for sure, but they also poison too. And
Yeah,
she was
that's what I was
all
telling Frank.
about poisoning, not just water, air, and foods that were cattle, livestock, that we eat those foods and that we are being poisoned. She looked into every aspect of poisoning. And we have been poisoned. We get poisoned from the air. Planes fly over low and slow. When you see a plane flying over your house low and slowly, they're poisoning it. They're doing something. They're dropping a powder out of the window that you can't see. And those little bitty single man, tiny little airplanes that fly very low and very slow over your house. You can count the rivets on those airplanes. Sometimes they're so low and slow. Oh man, I just wish I had my slingshot to knock them down with. Shoot, David and Goliath. I know how to work I think they call it a Israel sling, an Israel sling, like King David had when he slayed Goliath. I know how to work one. I can shoot a slingshot like that. Yeah.
Good for you.
And they've been low enough. I felt like maybe I could. Maybe I just might.
Well, just don't use a laser because they'll put you in jail for that. Those little play lasers that I use with my dog.
It got knocked down by a rock.
Don't do that.
Yeah, sure.
How about a paint gun?
Oh, a nail gun.
No, paint gun.
They roof houses with.
You know, Linda, that was wonderful advice that you gave her. Very impressed with.
Well, thank
Definitely.
you.
Yeah, Linda knows a lot about legal stuff, good stuff.
I've just been through it, Barbara, and you got to learn somewhere along the line. So I just add that information up, and thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Life lessons are the best, aren't they?
Yeah, I agree.
Just know well, the great thing is we got a computer we can research on. I mean, that's just the best thing, for our ability to protect ourselves. You can look up anything, and I did. I would look up the laws, and when I had one guy threaten that I had received, the same guy that removed the thing from the roof, claimed that I had agreed to sell him the property when I was selling it to somebody else, and blah blah blah. So I got my law books, opened them up, and found, that was a brand new thing he brought up. And if it was not known before the contract was signed, well, then I wasn't responsible. That's just the law. And while my lawyers were saying, no, you should protect the buyers, and you should sign that you should indemnify them and make them, hold them harmless if this guy decides to sue you. And so I found my law. I wrote to them and said, I don't know. This looks to me like I don't have responsibility. What do you know? The matter's settled. What do you know? Your own lawyers will sell you out, as we know. But the laws are on the books and they're on our computers, and we can use them.
Linda, can I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
Now, you said that there was a strut missing from your roof.
The inside of the braces that hold the roof in place.
Right. Who did that? Who did that?
Well, I would assume he had somebody do it, but he did so that he could.
It was the buyer.
Yeah, he wanted to buy the property.
Oh, I didn't get that part. So the buyer went in and sabotaged your house to bring down the price.
Actually, he was my renter, and yeah, he wanted to get it for cheap, and he was showing me, see this big sag in the roof, and it's unsafe, and blah blah. And and then we
Mhm.
found that the brace had been removed, and then it was put back. But yeah, he wanted to buy it cheaply, so he was trying to
Wow.
destroy it. So, by the
Wow.
way, Lorraine, I know what you mean when they want to hurt your property to get it cheap. We just can't let them.
Mhm.
We just hang in there, boy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's what that was about.
Wow.
We can hang
Hey
in, you
Frank,
guys.
Trick.
Frank, hey
Huh?
Frank, I'm sending you this to send to Lorraine. She actually, Erin Brockovich actually has a home page to send whatever about your own community, what's going on. She wants to hear. It says in your own backyard, register and report issues to Erin. Go to Community Health Book. So I sent it to you right now. You should have it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I sent it to Lorraine or
Thank
whoever else
you.
might want it. You're
That's a
welcome.
Thanks so much.
that's a file we could sure use.
Hmm.
What
Yeah.
a dirty crook.
Okay, I'm gonna grab some coffee. I'll be right back in about.
Okay.
Oh,
Wow. That amazes me, Linda. I'm just jaw dropped over that one.
Well, it's amazing what they'll try to do. But what you know, I would go to court with my lawyers, and I would talk to the judge. And what I found out is that judges, at least the ones I had, they really appreciated a client or a plaintiff that
Uh-huh.
knew what they were talking about. It's more the logic
Mhm.
and the sense and knowing your facts and the logic that judges, in my case, that's what they appreciated, you know. And
Mhm.
we can do this for ourselves. We really can. Just hang in there. If it sounds funny and it seems funny, it probably is funny odd, And then we can we can bring this stuff now to the calls and get advice.
Mhm.
Where back then that wasn't available, but we can do that for each other here. You know.
I went to
Okay.
court. I went to court several times and I got my pants beat off me. The first time I had all of the biggies in court and I'm sitting before my window going to bed at night and I got shot in the head with a laser. Now this was a real laser because it caused a divot in the bone
Mm-hmm.
that is still there to this day.
Yep.
And everywhere I went 2 weeks before court, I got hit by lasers.
Wow.
Now, I don't know if they were pointers at that time, but once you're burnt with a laser, you never forget it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I was
everywhere
yesterday in
I went,
Target.
I got hit by lasers. They might have been pointers. I don't know, but I got out of the way real quick. And
Right.
when I went to court, I said the word laser, and he threw it out as being frivolous.
Oh, well, you know, hang in there.
Did it
Hang
on
in there.
purpose, so that I would say the word, and that was their out.
I was lucky. My lawyers were selling me out, and the judge, the female settlement judge, knew it, and she was not going to let them do that. She was wonderful. My God, she was wonderful. Um, and she made them settle. She said, "Oh, you're not doing this to her." She made them settle at more than they wanted to pay, and but my lawyers were also selling me out, and
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
so amazing. But you don't have to let them. You know your facts. My lawyers thought I was so stupid I could never understand it. But then when we went to the settlement conferences, he realized I did know what I was talking about, which offended him because he wanted to keep me down, but it didn't work. If we study our cases, we study our facts, we present them logically. I worked night and day for years to get that in order. We can do it. We can help. We can save ourselves. I
Well,
just need.
that happened back in the the late 90s when I
Yeah.
just become a TI and I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Oh
So I
yes.
was like a lamb led to the slaughter. That's why
Mhm.
it's so much better for targets today because there's so much information out there that they can utilize.
Right. Exactly. And we have support groups where we can be supported.
Right.
We don't have to let ourselves get set up and sold out and worked over.
Oh boy, was I ever.
Yeah, yeah, they will. But We don't have to. I think as long as we stick together and as long as we know what we're talking about, that scares the hell out of people that are trying to put one over on you. When you actually know what you're talking about, it frustrates them. And my lawyers would like yell at me, "Oh, I can't listen to you. I have to listen to the experts." He'd say, it's like, okay. So when we went to court, I spoke up and the judges listened to me, because I knew what I was talking about.
Yeah.
You know, and it surprised my lawyer, but we know what we're talking about. Don't let these guys beat you up in court or in their offices. They're used to having confused clients. They're used to it, and they're used to being able to put anything over on them. Just always know you can speak up, and they are not entitled to yell at you ever, ever. You're as much a human being as well, probably well. You're a human being. You don't have to take that. And there are some good, decent lawyers around, but there are those that will sell you out.
I had one in Boston. I was trying to set up another case, an appeal case on that.
Mhm.
And he would call me up and ask how I was doing and chit chat for about a half hour about just regular stuff, everyday stuff, nothing to do with my case. And then he'd turn around and want to charge me for it. And I told him to F off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, my lawyer, I used to tell him, you wake up in the middle of the night and if you have a thought about my case, it's another $300 on the bill. You know,
Right.
yeah, but you just stand your ground with them. Just stand your ground. There's a great book that was written some time ago, Malice Aforethought, by a gentleman that used to work for the FBI who was under Hoover, and it's a good book. And he talks about what
About
goes
what?
on with lawyers, and it's an excellent book. It's out of
Yeah.
print.
What's the name of it?
Malice Aforethought, and it's still sometimes you can find it on Amazon. It's an old book, but it's still popular.
Yeah, maybe I'll get that.
Yeah, he gives you the lowdown on what goes on and what lawyers are capable of doing, but he also knows that there are good lawyers around who will take care of you. But he's a good guy. It's a good book.
You wouldn't know the author, would you?
Well, it's in my. Hold on. Yeah, I do. No, it's okay. It's right. It's in my dresser drawer. Hold on. Okay. Malice Aforethought by David W. Marston, Marston.
Thank you.
And the description of the book is how lawyers use their secret rules to get rich, get sex, get fun, and get away with it. But he doesn't. I mean, and he's a lawyer. He says it right out there. But we all know that all lawyers are not bad. They're
I,
just
u-
in.
I
They're in a
usually,
position of power.
go ahead.
Well, just they're in a position of power, and power can really lead to some pretty, you know, um, it can lead to some unfortunate attitudes. I think that's all.
Did you ever hear about the case in Texas, Karen Silkwood?
Ah, I
There's a
said
movie,
The
right?
killing of Karen Silkwood.
right there. That was
Yeah,
a
there's a movie.
That
yeah,
was the
What is it
the
about?
nuclear industry where
yeah.
they were hiring people, young people, to come into this plant, and they were hiring. They were dealing with radiated material
Mm-hmm.
without protection. This was
Right.
years ago. Well, what happened was Jan Schlickman was her attorney. Now, the
Mm-hmm.
funny thing about Jan Schlickman, he lives 2 towns over from me in Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm.
So I hunted him down and I called him up and I was telling him about being a target. And it was at the time where I was so desperate because everybody was turning their face against me. And when I called him up, I told him about it. And he was the only person that I knew at that time who told me, yeah, I believe every word you say. And I was like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. I'm just so desperate for anybody to acknowledge what's going on with me because this is crazy. And he's the one who defended, who went to court and went up against Keir McGee and got uh was it Karen Silkwood? No, I think it was. I'm sorry, I got my facts wrong. It was the place in Massachusetts where they were um, poisoning of the water.
That's what's her name? That's the other one,
Right.
Brockovich. Yeah. No, you're right about Karen Silkwood.
Okay, maybe it was Karen. Maybe I was right. I know that she was killed on her way to see
Yes.
her attorney, and
Yes.
all her paperwork was missing. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And
Well,
they were
Dan
exposed.
Schlickman was one of the attorneys there. He's got some videos on YouTube where he's lecturing these attorneys that he's teaching, and he's telling them, "Listen, you people have to speak out and defend these people against what's going on, or else we're all lost."
Was he talking about what we endure?
Yeah, the not targeting in particular, but the degradation of the environment and
Yeah.
uh, I guess it was the water. I'm not sure. I don't know. I got those two cases mixed up.
Is he still alive?
Yeah, he's in North Beverly.
Maybe we should contact him.
He's in what's the name of the place where he is? It's just two towns over. It's I'll think of it in a few minutes. Um, it's got a particular name to it, but he's still active. Yeah, you can get his name in the phone book.
Whoa. Okay.
Jan Schlickman.
Wow.
And look it up on the internet.
Yeah, I will. And he's in Massachusetts, did you say?
Right.
Okay, here we go. We'll take a look.
SCHLI.
SCHLI.
Schlichtman. Schlichtman. It's been a while.
All right.
If you want to learn how, if you want to know how to spell it properly, the film you want to look up is A Civil Action. He did not represent Karen Silkwood. She was in Texas.
Right.
It's called A Action, and it was in Massachusetts, and it was about the poisoning of the water.
That's right. That's
okay. But you're right about the
Oh,
spelling.
yeah.
He comes right up. He's with Morgan and Morgan law firm. Dan Schlickman, SCHLICHTMANN.
right.
He comes right up.
He's the
Cool.
one I called.
Huh.
Travolta was the one who did him in the movie as far as a civil action.
Travolta? A civil action? Are you talking about a civil action?
That's the one Jan Schlickman was involved in.
Yeah.
I got him mixed up with the killing of Karen Silkwood.
It was a great movie. A civil action, great movie, I thought.
You have a small echo, very small. I don't know whether you have your phone and your computer on, but it's definitely there.
Who, me?
Yep.
Karen Silkwood was the one that died from, they poisoned her with nuclear material. They put it in her food in the refrigerator. And her death was the one that caused the reform as far as handling nuclear material, because they were killing off young people like 18, 19, 20 years old, were going in there without any protections. And after that, they brought out the reforms.
They subjected her to huge radiation when she went into the hospital.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they really did set out to kill her.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Cool. Okay, well, here he is. And I don't know, maybe we should call him, you guys. Well, I'm sorry, I hear myself echoing, but all I have is my computer on. My phone doesn't work.
Yeah, that happened to me earlier.
I speak my phone.
Well, let us know what he says, Linda, if you call him. I won't call him because when I talked to him, uh, it wasn't long after his case, and they took him down to zero. He was going broke, totally broke.
Yeah. Yeah. Bless his heart. Well, yeah,
Believe
they went after him with just piles and piles and piles of litigation, as I recall, and
Yeah.
that's how they took him down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I will see what I see. Okay. I bookmarked his page, and I hope I call him tomorrow. I hope I'm brave enough. I'm not feeling very brave lately. Oh, so anyway. Yeah, it's got his contact information, and it's got his address, it's got his email, it's got his phone number. It says
What town is it? What town is it?
Boston, Massachusetts.
Well, he must have moved because he was right, like I said, 2 towns over from me.
The practice areas are class actions, environmental law. Here we go. Toxic torts, consumer protection. My God, he has everything we need.
Can you email that to me? Can I give you my email address?
You know what? No, because I will put it. Are you on Facebook?
No.
Okay. The problem is I get things all backed up on my computer and on my email. I can't guarantee it's going to get to you, but if you give it to me, I will do my best.
That's right. I'll look it up. Thanks.
Okay. Anyway, this guy, class action, environmental law, toxic torts, and consumer protection. Yeah. My God. He's like, he could be more perfect. Thank you for bringing him up.
Yeah, he's quite the guy. Like I said, I wanted to just hug him and kiss him when he told me he believed everything that they were doing to me. Yeah. And I told him about targeting. I told him about what they did to my apartment, my car, my bank account, everything. Yeah. And he said, I believe you. And it was just like an epiphany for me, a whole turnaround as far as the confidence that they were beating me into the dirt. Let me tell you.
Yep. He got his law degree from Cornell University, which is a good school. This is a good guy.
Yeah.
He even has an immediate case evaluation. I think I'm going to send. Oh, this is good. My God, Barbara.
I'm so happy I could help.
Whoa. Really? And listen to this. He takes cases on contingency. So first it says, number one, we get results. Number two, we're available for you 24/7. I'm not sure what that's about, but okay. And no fees unless you win. Whew.
In town,
Wow.
Oh, so he's pro bono?
Can we get
No,
the
he's
phone
not
number?
pro bono. That pro bono is no fee at all, ever. This is he's talking about it being a contingency fee lawyer.
No, pro bono is when you win, you get it, you pay.
No, pro bono is you never pay a fee.
Yeah.
A pro bono lawyer comes in and handles it for nothing, and they usually
because
work.
he gets a notch on his belt to say, "Oh, I won this case." So more cases that go forward.
Can we get his phone number?
You want his phone
He's
number?
here, Linda. He's here, Linda, in Boston, Massachusetts.
Yeah, he is.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, what we did? Why Frankie had?
Huh?
I said, why Frankie had this number by now?
Well,
yeah, I want the number. I got to get a pin though.
Yeah, well, let's go easy at him, okay? Let's not all. The reason that guy Dribble decided to back away from us is that everybody decided to call him, and he got overwhelmed. He didn't want to. He didn't want to know about TIs, and about 6 months. It was like, let me out of here. So we can't overwhelm him. How about?
Well, give him to Barbara, and then I'll see what she says. Give it to Barbara.
Barbara's got it. Barbara's the one.
Give what to me?
Oh, the number.
I'll give it to Frank, and we'll work through Frank. Okay.
Sounds
okay.
Good. Okay.
Oh, has anybody? I just want to change the subject for a second here.
Yeah.
Uh, Speaking of legal, has anyone heard anything about this gentleman that Derek had on his show? Herden Walker
I was here this morning, same thing.
in,
Always on it.
in the FBI?
Yeah, I heard him talking on Derek's show. From what I understand, he's not. I'll be quiet till that. He's not interested in sending all kinds of new case information to the FBI. What he's talking about is finding out why the FBI has not been responding to us. So what he wants is just like a 2-paragraph. This is what I did. I contacted them, and this is what happened. Because they want that information so they can start looking into what's going on. Why are they doing nothing?
I want to talk to Boston and see if Boston will do the same thing, because
I
California,
went to the
if California has appointed one field agent, Boston should do the same.
Well, should I tell you about my experience with the FBI in Springfield?
Oh, go ahead.
So, when I found that 80% of these homes that were resisting foreclosure in Springfield were being targeted, I wasn't alone. There was a minister who came around with me and verified all this. She was part of the leadership of this group called Springfield No One Leaves, to keep people in their homes. And she was not in foreclosure. She's just a minister, ministering to her flock, because so many people in her area were being foreclosed. So anyway, we both go into the FBI to report the crime. They bring us into an interrogation room, and they basically interrogate us for 2 hours. They want to know all the details, start to finish. They wanted all the information, and they said, we'll look into it in 2 to 3 weeks. We'll get back to you. So we didn't hear. So finally, about 5 weeks later, we go in, and they send a different agent out. Now, the first time they had 2 agents. Now they send in a third agent who says, this is just ridiculous. You people need psychological help. I can't help you.
Huh.
So obviously, they're either in on it or they were told to stand down.
Yes, exactly.
That's when you hand him Ted Gunderson's declaration, who was the head of the FBI in Los Angeles, and say, you think we're ridiculous? Apparently, he was the head of the LA branch of the FBI. You hand him his declaration or affidavit that he provided for a lawsuit against the DOJ because they wouldn't provide information pursuant to a FOIA request. And it just states exactly what we go through, exactly what's going on. And that's an FBI. He was the head of the entire LA FBI. It's hard to take him down. It's hard to say, well, he's crazy. He was the head of the place. Some people have tried to make him sound crazy. Some people have tried to discredit him. But bottom line is he had 700 FBI people working under him, and he ran that office for quite a while. So he can't be all bad. Anyway, that's a pretty serious backup if they're going to say you're crazy. Really? Well, then apparently they don't know the information that is in their own file. Before they tell you you're crazy, they need to look in their own files to find out what's going on.
So then, like 3 weeks after that, the original guy that interrogated me calls me up and he says, look, if you can find proof that this is really happening, get back to me. And I'm like, oh yeah, like I'm going to find proof. Like I've already spent, what did I spend? Like 1,900 on 2 different radio frequency engineers who found nothing because they're looking in the wrong places. They're looking for a high frequency range from a weapon. They're not looking for aggregated low level microwave energy that's being pulsed in constantly. So obviously I'm not going to be able to find that. I don't have the sophisticated equipment. That's why I needed them.
Exactly.
So, they basically put the burden of proof on me, which is absurd.
Well,
that's when you give them their own affidavit. From their own files. They've got the proof in their own files.
Right. That's what I'm telling you, is that they're basically investigating themselves, and they ain't going to do it.
Well, if we push hard enough, we say, listen, this came from you guys. It proves what I'm saying. So don't tell me that there's nothing that says this really is happening. It was included in a lawsuit against the DOJ, and it was by he was the head of the entire LA branch of the FBI. That's sound evidence.
Yeah, I listened to some of Ted Gunderson's tapes, and when he interviewed that Chip Tatum, I was absolutely blown away by what was going on. You know, it was just amazing that they're crazy. There's no rules. The CIA is not supposed to operate in the United States at all. This is for foreign wars. Same with the military. They're
Yeah.
not supposed to be on American soil.
No, they're not.
So it's Rory here speaking again. So I talked to someone else who is former Black Ops. I talked to somebody who works in the anti-foreclosure, movement, who used to be Black Ops, and he said to me, people assume that the Black Ops is just the 5 branches that we know about: FBI, CIA, and the military branches, the military, separation of, whatever. So he said to me, he says, actually, there's like a dozen Black Ops, and they have different names, and they're secretive.
Yep. Yep.
So on
Some of them
on
don't have
December
a name.
or whatever. So on December, I'm going up against Goldman Sachs and Wells Fargo, and
Wow.
and on December 18th, I go down to the courthouse to file some documents, and there's this brand new Land Cruiser SUV souped out with this like gorgeous 30-something blonde sitting behind the wheel, maybe late 20s, early 30s, and I'm walking into the courthouse, and I'm walking back, and I'm thinking, that's special ops. So anyway, I go out the back of the parking lot, and I go downtown, and I make service upon my opposition's attorney, and then I get back on the highway. And I had a friend in the truck with me. So we're driving up the highway, up 91, and we go about 10 miles, and I'm getting really sick. I'm getting really dizzy and nauseous and weak. And so I turned to this friend who doesn't have a vehicle, and I said to her, "Do you have a license?" And she says, "Yeah, you need me to drive?" And I said, "Well, not just yet, but maybe." And she says, "Hey, what do you think about this black helicopter unmarked outside the the window here?" And I look, because I hadn't seen it, because it was on the other side of her, and like 100 feet away is this helicopter, this unmarked black helicopter. It's trailing us. I said, "How long has it been out there?" She said, "Since we got on the highway." So we continue another 10 miles up the highway, and it stays with us the whole time. I get off at my exit. It comes down off the exit with us. I'm stopped at a light. It hovers at the light. I drive up Route 5. It stays with my vehicle up Route 5. And finally, we're like, we got to ditch this truck. So we get out of the truck. We grab the dog, who's panting, and my friend's feeling sick too, but I'm feeling really sick. And we jump into a store, and I'm in a store for, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, and I'm like, I got to get out of here. I feel like I'm going to puke, and I don't want to puke in the store. So we go back to the truck, and we drive to this friend's house. Now, at this point, I was still homeless. So I crash on her sofa, and the next day, I go out to the truck, and I get in the truck, and I drive like 5 miles, and it's making me sick and weak and nauseous again. So I ditched the truck. I parked it in a public place, and I took public transportation for like the next week. I just couldn't drive it. It was making me so ill. So I don't know what that helicopter was shooting into the truck. It was obviously a directed energy weapon, and obviously made me very ill, and it made my passenger ill, and it made my dog ill. And, for some odd reason, the truck was still making me sick for several days. I couldn't drive it. I don't know how to explain that.
They're really cute, huh?
Can I ask?
I have a story about the town of West in Texas that got blown up. It was a plant that collected and made ammonium nitrate. And they're echoing me, but they were confronted by the government that they were going to supply that ammonium nitrate to the government for the purpose of making gunpowder. And this was during the bullet shortage. There was a ammunition shortage about 7 or 8 years ago, and
I remember hearing about that.
yeah, there was a ammunition shortage, and it was a major story on the news for about 6 months, and then it stayed on the news for about a year and a half. Occasionally it would surface in the new stories and stuff. Well, about a year into it, the town of West blew up. They did not want to surrender their ammonium nitrate to just the government. And Barack Obama said, like, hell, we'll just see about that. And that town, a third of that town went up. It was one hell of an explosion. I was in Salado, 12 miles away, and this monstrously ginormous mushroom cloud. I thought a nuclear bomb went off. And this mushroom cloud is rising up over the town of West. Yeah, it looked like a small nuke.
Oh my gosh.
And, yeah.
That's the same.
And a black helicopter, I was stirring up emotions about the town blowing up, and that it may have been something very, very dark and covert, that there were possibilities that nearby Fort Hood may have been behind the initial touch-off of the explosion with a weak missile. And I stirred that pot for about 3 weeks. And that was our second home. And we had a house here in Fort Worth, and the second house was there in Salado, nearby West, that blew up. And I'm stirring the pot about Fort Hood possibly having something to do with it. And then the story surfaced about the possibility someone videotaped the plant as it was burning and fixing to blow up. There was a plume that came from I think it was the south end of the plant, and there were hordes of science people who came in to analyze the film footage of what that guy had on it from his smartphone, and they said it looks like a possible missile.
Wow.
And they followed me for 2 months, coming and going from this house here in Fort Worth down to Salado. It's 118 miles from Fort Worth to Salado, and I was coming and going to visit and stay the weekends with my wife. And from Fort Hood was only 8 miles away from Salado. I would leave, and Black Hawk helicopters followed me twice, and my back heated up. I was driving my white pickup truck, and my back heated up to where I had to pull over. And I got out of the cab of the truck, and I looked behind me, and this Black Hawk helicopter stopped, and it had been following me for about 15 miles, and it stopped when I stopped. And then when I got back in, again, my back started heating up, and it started following me again. And I took a bridge and did a U-turn and went back in the direction the helicopter was. And the helicopter was maybe a mile behind me, a mile and a quarter. He took off and headed back in the direction of Fort Hood, the Black Hawk helicopter. And there are a bunch of unmarked Black Hawk helicopters there at Fort Hood.
Yeah,
That's
they
the
do.
hub. That is the hub for the CIA
for the
and their
CIA.
helicopters. That's the hub
Wow.
for the CIA's helicopters.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I do know that I've done exercises with Fort Hood, and they work with the Russians. They do all kinds of weird stuff there in Fort Collins in Colorado.
Yeah.
You know, where they integrate martial arts and cloaking technology and all of this mess. When did this happen? Recent?
No. Oh gosh. West blew up about 8 years ago, 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah, I'm seeing some of the pictures about the war games there. Is it kind of? It looks like it's like kind of deserty, kind of remote up there.
Oh, at Fort Hood?
Yeah.
And Salado? No, it's farming property primarily. I-35 goes right through Salado, and Fort Hood is about 8 or 9 miles to the west of 35. Fort Hood's one of the biggest military exchanges and bases, Army base, and they have a bombing field, or no, where Air Force and Army, Marines, all the military branches come in and strafe and bomb, and the A-10s. They have cannons on them. They're tank killers.
In Texas?
And it's just a firing range. It's a gun range and bombing range. Yes.
Okay, because my ex used to fly.
It's ginormous. It's huge.
I didn't know in Texas they had. Trying to think, Lubbock is there, and I've been to San Antonio, Wichita Falls, and I was trying to think of any. Couldn't think of any attack fighter wings out that way, but I'm sure there are. I know there's a lot of fishy covert stuff in Lubbock.
Yeah.
There.
Mark.
Yeah. What?
The lady there who was talking earlier was homeless and she had a dog.
Tail lights on vehicles.
Yeah, that's me. It's Rory. What?
Okay. I'd like to know
Mark, you're breathing.
can I do to help my dog. I have a dog. She was trained originally to help me, and I'm disabled.
Frank, don't mute me, man. Frank, I'm part of the conversation.
Mark, don't breathe into your phone, okay? That's all. I said, Mark, you're breathing into your phone, and I muted you.
I didn't hear you one time.
Okay. Well, try not to breathe into your phone, all right?
Thank you, Frank.
No problem. I never mute anybody unless there's a problem.
You didn't tell me.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And it would destroy the foundations of Christianity. And this old book that we hold in our hand, this old album.
Did somebody want to ask me about something?
Yeah, I do. Where are you located?
Western Mass.
Where are you located?
Western Massachusetts, and the black unmarked helicopter that trailed me and was targeting me was December 18th. December 18th, like this past December 18th, 2018. And then on January 1st was when that GPS device fell out of my headliner onto my lap. and then I got the bug sweep. Now, what's very strange is they've been targeting me for like 5 years, possibly longer. Now, they hit me really, really hard. They hit me like, with like a satellite hit into my pelvis when I was sleeping on the evening of January 6th. I was on a friend's sofa in Northampton. And then on the evening of the 7th, I was sleeping on the floor in my office, and they hit me again in the pelvis, really, really hard and long, really high dose, and it nearly crippled me, those 2 doses. And then it took me like probably at least a week before I could walk right. And then, but oddly, very strangely, they haven't targeted me since. They haven't targeted me since January 7th. And this is the longest I've gone without being targeted in 5 years. I don't understand it. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Do you, would you take my email address and send me a contact? I'd like to talk to you some more.
Sure.
My
Hey,
email
Frank,
is
this is
MEM.
Michael Hughes.
Excuse me, hang on a second. My email is memoir65@yahoo.com.
Okay.
Just, so I'm in Massachusetts also,
Mhm.
and it's nice to, I know several other targets in Massachusetts, and we're trying to get together to form another group.
I'm actually thinking about possibly moving to Western Massachusetts.
Well, in touch with.
I heard that it's pretty quiet. It can get or a little bit more quiet around the mountains, like Berkshire.
Yeah, that's remote though.
That's fine.
Hey Frank, it's Michael Hughes here. I don't know if you recognize my number when I called in.
Oh, okay. This is our guest, and he has been trying diligently to reach us, but he is finally here, and
Oh, yay.
he is going to speak about R&M and V2K, and
Oh,
he's going to give us a cross section of what's happening with him, which is great.
thank you.
Go ahead, Michael.
Oh, thank you. I'm just glad to be here. I really appreciate this group and the format, the sort of like a family forum. And I think that's a good model even for keeping first out, whatever. I agree with Frank a lot that most perps don't, let's say it's very few perps that actually realize just what they're doing.
Where are you located?
Texas.
I'm in East Texas. My mother lives in New York. So I lived in New York for 6 years, right where Albany kisses the west side of Massachusetts and Virginia. So actually, I had a major experience in the Northeast with helicopters. Now here's the point: is most perps don't realize that either A, they are perps, or B, that they're not targeting suspected terrorists. Most of the government is in some way respecting U.S. constitutional privacy, but there's a layer that just absolutely does not regard privacy at all whatsoever, and so it connects all the subdivisions that do respect privacy. And now this doesn't include targeted people, and especially us who suffer remote neural monitoring and V2K, even at the 24/7 level. If there are times where we ourselves, I believe, are being influenced and might receive a thought, suggestion like, "Oh, don't trust that guy. Oh, they're trying to make you shut up." These things are designed at dividing us, quite literally, maybe even obviously. Um, so when, let's say about the summer of 2016, I was at my mother's house, and I was living in Los Angeles with my fiance, and D2K had guided me to give up a very good job in the old Beach Boys sound studio as a junior programmer, private company, my dream job. And I gave it up. D2K whispered to me one day to go back to school. I already had my bachelor's, but that I was very, very, very passionately involved in distributing the autobiography of a murdered missionary, and I cared a lot about it. And it does, incidentally, connect very heavily with what's going on to all of us, because it turns out that 75% of mankind is near extreme poverty. And that we can go to Yale. The professor Thomas Poe in 2004 proved this, looking at World Bank census records, and he has a book published online available that is a collection of his academic journal publishing, and it's called Human Rights and World Poverty by Professor Thomas Poe. Anyway, the point is that he outlines that there are 3 Holocausts every 2 years from man-made poverty. And so if we connect that with Confessions of an Economic Hitman, which is another, you can see some of him talking, I forgot the gentleman's name. Basically, it's like a black CIA office position where you would go into an emerging second or third world country and you would make very optimistic projections for them to take big loans and lay down infrastructure. So the world is now in a situation where every single second and third world country is dominated, and it's not just the West. It's also China and Russia. It's important to consider that. But yes, so it remains that Americans and every other first world citizen in the world is now like getting targeted, right? There's 1,000 of us in every major U.S. city. They're in Japan, they're in Australia, they're in England, Scotland, Europe, Germany. But we have to imagine that second and third world countries were suffering all of this remote neural interface, B2K, active denial, like painful microwave rays, the other kinds of bullet shots and things that we've all suffered. And that's in addition to any kind of gang stalking, character assassination, It's all really, in a way, if you look at Confessions of an Economic Hitman, goes back to Iran when we overthrow very respectable up-and-coming democracies. So this takes me back to New York. I'm at my mother's house, and I'm just there trying to help out with her with the house. I'm building a rock wall, helping out. But
have you heard of Agenda 21?
yes, thinning the population. Well, as you can imagine, right, 75% of the population being near extreme poverty, and the other 25% of the human population all having computers, smartphones that they're staring at 8 to 10 hours a day is not a very stable situation. But they're trying to stabilize the situation by smartphones and computers and a whole spectrum of hidden frequency dark work that they're doing, right? And the other half is thinning. They long and lust for thinning the population. Like look at Thanos in the Avengers movie. Look at Terminator 3. The world still gets nuked all over, even when they succeed. And what Steppenwolf in the other one, Justice League. There's a whole lot of movies showing population thinning events that, I hate to say it, but 9/11, right, was phase one. So, and I hate to say it, but there's probably going to be another one. Nobody knows what, but all of this is like, the helicopters and what they're doing is like creating test blasts. They're using the weapons actively and getting back feedback. What's coming back from society? What kind of signal analysis are they able to pick up? But there is a University of Detroit Mercy has a Carney Latin American Solidarity Archive where one could go and find all of the newspaper article clippings from the 80s when Brother Jim Carney was murdered in Honduras. And you can also find a whole host of books pertaining to the issue of subjugation of the poor in Latin America. And, it doesn't necessarily have to be a politically charged topic, but, the Catholic Church has been down there for 5 centuries. And, for example, the Mayan language was almost destroyed. There's only like 3 books left in the whole world. And that's, we have to sort of see that we only have like 2 to 3 generations to talk about stuff as it is. And to them, this small 25% population is the target. And so that's why we're all targeted. And that doesn't mean I'm not suggesting there's any reason that we're on there. They just throw us into the research files, discredit us as needed. But I was in school and trying to write and read about liberation theology. And for me, coming from more science background, a Master of Art in Liberal Studies, looking at liberation theology was way more than I could handle. It was like just a paper writing marathon where you actually have no choice but to follow what's already written and follow what your advisor wants you to focus on. And you can just barely keep up. And so I think that must be told most of academia. And at the same time, I was trying to make a trip to Clausa Library and take high definition images. And I was doing this all in secret. And at this point, they were already manipulating me with B2K for years and years. And so this one night, I wake up hearing this loud humming buzz outside of my window, and I'm like laying on my stomach, so the back of my head is kind of pointed towards the window. And I didn't know about targeting. I didn't know about helicopters, but I might be one of the only people in the world that have the Spanish version of Brother Jim's autobiography, that his family went down there to gather, that I have a family friend connection with his family, and I might be one of the only people in the world that was spreading the Spanish version. And I started to make, in my work with computers, I've worked on multiple military bases, and I started to discover how there was like actual signals coming over the power line pertaining to my use of the keyboard and mouse. And I was using the Tails operating system, which is specifically made for whistleblowers, so you can boot off a USB drive, and as soon as you need, pull the USB drive out, and it will try to cover your tracks for whistleblowers. And I was finding it was transmitting my keyboard and mouse movement over the power line.
Wow. That's interesting because that's the Lily wave.
I've heard of Lily wave. Can you explain that?
Sure. The Lily wave resides outside the power line. As the power line runs, the Lily wave runs the other direction on the outside of the power line. And the companies actually use it to communicate. So it's not out of the way to suggest that they might be able to use the grid to like jump right to your house. So this targeting could be delivered in a couple of different ways at the same time because it's always good for them to have a failsafe.
Looking up Lily wave, and it says has the ability to control brainwave patterns of the brain.
Yes, it does.
That's scary.
Yeah.
I had no idea. It's called the madness frequency. I felt that when I was in Target yesterday, and I just thought of my sensitivity to fluorescent lights. And then when I got out of there, my face, I felt like I was out in this, like under a sunbed. Like my face was they burnt my face. My
And
face was pitch red when I got out of there.
fluorescent lights actually
It cooked me.
at 720 pulses per second.
It's weird because if you've been under a sun lamp, you don't feel it when you're under there. But when you get out after a while, it's like you're numb. But then you finally, when it sets in, then you kind of you feel it. And I felt like I was under the broiler when I came home, and I started just washing my face, and I'm like, what the heck? I didn't put anything to make my face feel ultra sensitive. I just thought, okay, maybe it's my allergies. But no, my face was so beet red, and it was never like that. Like I had natural blush. It was just burning up.
I think the tanning bulbs are mimicking the sun UV spectrum, right? That would
I wasn't even outside though.
Naturally do a burn.
But I wasn't even outside.
No, Karen Stewart says that all of this microwave stuff, a lot of it is burning. And I guess that's why she uses the heat-resistant paint on copper, for example, something like that. Like the barbecue spray paint, she says, are pretty effective.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now this is stopping V2K, Michael?
Well, I was just about to get to one, like the last part there is, so this night that I hear the loud whirring, I'm pretty sure it was the, like, scouting drone. And at one point in that night, I woke up and my eyes felt as though they had bulged somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going into the heart attack that they had already caused me in Los Angeles. I'm not going into. I'm already seeing evidence of them tampering with my computer.
Oh my God.
The wow. There's a lot of like hostility division attack going on right now.
How did you get on the base? Were you doing work there?
I wake up and my eyes are bulged, and I sort of blink and just go back to sleep. I was sort of trying to hide that I even knew that a drone had been at my window. I literally just went right back to sleep. And for the next 3 days, after my eyes bulged for a moment in the night, Homeland Security helicopters flew directly over our house. Directly for 3 days. And it was a forest fire in the Lake Minnewaska State Park. And the Homeland Security helicopters were coming from Stewart Air Base in near Newburgh, New York. And so their flight path was being commanded to them. So there it is. Like that, the pilot probably didn't know. But you know, I think they might have been doing LiDAR on the house. And incidentally, from that night, from that moment, my V2K became 24/7. Whereas I had it for almost 20 years growing up under a power line transformer, a second floor apartment sleeping. Once I got into a really bad car accident, I got a metal crown on my front top tooth. And that's when I really got V2K at first. 20 years later, the night that they bulged my eyes and I had Homeland Security helicopters for 3 days, that moment, I began 24/7 V2K without ever stopping.
I'm so sorry. That's awful.
And they started telling me to grind up, and I was making USB drives of all the information about Brother Jim that I could gather and share. And they were using the V2K to like voice a God weapon, commanding me to destroy everything. Just they were having me grind it up into dust.
When you're on the base or off the base?
I was in the basement of my mom's house in New York when this happened.
Wow. How did you get on the base? Were you doing work there, or you know someone there?
I
think maybe there's a connection.
I worked in IT for many years, like my whole life, and I ended up
makes sense.
I ended up being in the IT department at the hospital at 2 different military bases, one in New York and one in Louisiana much later.
Wow. So you're super, super smart with IT stuff. Look up Tavon Rivers. He was in the Navy. He was IT. He had to leave Maryland, Virginia, UK, where he was stationed. I was stationed not that far from where he was at a much earlier time, but he ended up moving to Morocco. But Tavon Rivers talks about all this. He was in IT, and he had no idea what he was working on was related to his B2K.
He's a cool guy. He's actually like one of the first YouTube videos that I found.
Yeah, I try to watch it to kind of stay in the know as to, how to, lessen this. I don't know that it's going to go away. I think the cyber war is going to get worse because China, there's this silent thing that it's like the shoe's going to drop between Russia and China. China got disinvited to the war games that are going on right now in the Pacific Rim and Asia and Hawaii. So they're having the naval war games going on between, they usually invite Russia, Japan, United States, all the naval, and they're using their new psychotropic weapons that they've got now on the, I can't remember what it was called, but they got this new ray on one of the Navy ships that can do short range or really long range. So that could be what's going on too. But even though you didn't know that you knew stuff,
the arms race of abusing the populace.
Even though you didn't know that you knew stuff, you're a threat just by you simply have been there. But use it to your benefit. You have a lot of good information, and we can beat this somehow, some way, and keep finding ways to try to get ahead of them. I don't know how, but it takes all of us.
The tech team over at PAX International, they're trying to get a mobile Faraday cage going where they can bring it to one idea, and I'm kind of asking for anyone that can help them with funding. They're trying to make it over to the TI Day in April.
Why?
Is it in July in Sacramento?
Oh no, I'm saying why are they making a Faraday cage?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't understand the transfer. They are they are trying to scan people for implants as like a part of a public demonstration, like a community service
Okay,
type
so
of.
they're putting someone in the Faraday cage, and at that point, they're then scanning them. Is that it?
Yes, yes. I know there's implant
Wow.
scanners, and their methodology is to scan the environment before the patient arrives, and then scan while the patient is there the spectrum, and then scan the spectrum again after they leave and do a comparison of what emerged. That's a good way to do it too. But yeah, they're trying to get a used Faraday cage in like a box truck and get it grounded, and then get there's some kind of expensive antenna, and pretty interesting. They're also trying to get software-defined radio on a server. They're doing like custom manual programming on their own time to get a server that will gather the recording for a differential on the spectrum, and we could start having multiple. I'm just saying, like, I thought I might ask that because I know I think it's TI Day in April. I'm not sure if it's the 19th. We're meeting in Sacramento on the steps of the Capitol for helping. I think they have a demonstration planned and registered with the city for trying to get the legislature passed in California.
Yep, I used to live and work right across from the Capitol. And in fact, that's how I met one of the senators that I still work with doing congressional investigations. I just ordered some more casework from her. So, but Kamala Harris, forget about her. I called her office, and she's too busy trying to run for president. So she doesn't really care. She just wants to, you know, be about immigration issues and, really kind of just flowery, all about me. I thought she really cared about people and their issues, but she really doesn't.
Yeah.
But Sacramento is a good place to be to, get the news out. That's for darn sure. A lot of people in my reserve unit worked up at the Capitol, and yeah, it's worth a
Is
shot.
this Sue Maya? Are you
No, I'm Amy.
Amy?
Maya's
Okay.
in Arizona. I'm in California. I'm in Southern Cal.
Okay. I'm having a little bit trouble hearing. I tried to get home earlier, just driving to work.
Be right back, Michael.
Hi, this is Alex in North Carolina. Can I ask one question to the guest?
Sure.
First of all, I just want to say that I think you're an interesting person. If I'm not mistaken, I heard you on a very recent Ella interview.
Yeah, it just got put up recently.
Yeah, I think you're cool. I listen to you, and everything's all good. But if I could ask one question, and if you were to ask me this question, I would answer it honestly and openly. And you could feel free to answer however you want to answer, in respect to your privacy. But can you walk me through like your everyday life? Like give me an example or like tell me about yourself. Like are you able right now, forget about the targeting, like today and tomorrow when you wake up and the next day and so on and so forth. Can you tell me like what your average day is like a little bit? Like how do you live? Like tell me about yourself. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the comment. Appreciate that. It's a good way to communicate between men and women, I suppose. I guess I would say, first of all, it's like always having something on. Like, if it's not Dave Case's CD, it's the audio Bible, which I often have to lip read as I listen to it with a slight delay. And if it's, I work two jobs, so I'm just working and listening to music and talking. And like, I love being able to drive and talk to other TIs. I really enjoy going to like church events and family get-togethers if I can, just to be able to like smile and share in human love and friendship, without bringing it up. Or, sometimes the right person to drip it out. And I also take the autobiography of Brother Jim Harney, a World War II veteran, by the way, all-American guy. I take his autobiography and I take a lot of information about Confessions of an Economic Hitman and of all the targeting nonsense and the proofs and the patents and supporting theories and stuff. And I put it on a CD that'll hopefully run with audio on an MP3 player, like in a car. And I just try to hand them out to people. And I try to just let people know, like, hey, there's 3 Holocausts every 2 years, and the majority of humanity, 75%, and we're just like a small quarter of humanity here, who's like, now we're being attacked, but Jesus did bring good news to the majority of humanity. It's a very reasonable thing.
Do you personally as an individual feel that you have any hobbies or anything even of the slightest significance that turns off the targeting, or do you have any hobbies or friendships that aren't directly connected to the targeting? I mean, we all know everything, I guess, ultimately is connected to it, but do you have any kind of private or personal hobbies? Is there anything you do that you feel disconnects you from this battlefield?
Go for long walks, eat a lot of fruits and vegetables. Yeah, I sit a lot for both jobs, so try to go for long walks. And I don't sleep. My cell phone, I don't sleep with it next to me. I shut the Wi-Fi off. I used to shut the power off to everything but the fridge, and that goes back to what Frank was saying about the Lily wave. They're able to put super high frequency carrier waves on the power line, and then they have the secret, decoder ring for demodulating whatever signal is on that very high carrier wave.
Right. Like this will push the conversation in a different direction, and then I guess maybe someone else could talk. But would you agree with me? Like this day and age that we live in, like you need to Faraday cage a house before it's even built. In this day and age, and I know rich people already know this most likely, but the builder is going to instill those walls, those firewalls, and the security, any type of backup you have to defeat EMF or any type of attack, that has to be built into the structure of the house as it's going up. So I don't know, what's your take on that? I mean, most people here on these calls, and even in the public in general, you're just living in the middle of this, and you could try little different things. Like say you get rid of your phone, like your neighbor got a phone, or say you paint your wall in the room with EMF paint, you got to leave there eventually. So I kind of feel like the future of society, whether or not you think you're targeted, like you're going to have to protect yourself before you even move in or build something. Like you're talking about like you just mentioned, a giant Faraday cage grounded. Like whole neighborhoods would have to be built like that. Whole houses, the foundation, the cement, everything before it's even the ground's broken. I just feel like we're in this, and it's real hard to say you can escape an electric laser beam.
There's some people of like a higher strata of society that I'm sure they are doing that, exactly what you're saying. And I know on the Interstate 20 in Texas, I continually see a tractor trailer with a flatbed carrying a relatively small load of like pure copper tiles. I don't know, they look really weird. They're flat on one side and then they look wrought on the other, like as if the copper was like in water on one side, and it just has these weird, really rough cavities on the other side. But they're they're shaped like very large roof tiles. And somebody said there are copper roof tiles. And I mean, people could just buy a copper roof now today if you have some modicum of capital or get a loan. But
Well,
like you're saying, you have to ground it. And well, I could say one thing helpful is just having large metal grounded surfaces in your house is a help. It is a help because
what kind of metal?
I mean, aluminum is not the best. Copper has I think one of the largest spectrum absorption rates, but honestly, as long as it's grounded, I think what I have is those decorative plates that go on the wall that look like molded metal, and I have them as a headboard to my bed on the floor with a mirror underneath me turned downward. And then I have earthing band on my ankle for grounding. And then I have a giant canopy of aluminum screening that I stitched together to make a sort of a homemade Faraday cage. It's not a perfect one by any means, but it would be a very functional partial Faraday cage, grounded. But I never built the wood frame for it. I have it in one corner of the house grounded in a heap. And then I have a giant pile of aluminum foil that's grounded in one of the corners of my bedroom. And then I have a giant metal headboard to my bed. So I don't know. I don't know why when I moved, they sort of stopped targeting me as much. I mean, I used to get blasted through my aluminum canopy on my bed. It was 8 to 10 layers thick, grounded, and they would just shoot me through it. Or they would always be scanning for any holes or weaknesses to it. And everything's always changing. So when I moved, I just thought well, I'll start with nothing and I'll change from there.
What do you notice a difference in your
I wake up with black circles under my eyes every night or morning.
That in itself could be an iron deficiency, but that's another topic. Do you notice anything in your life when you leave the house? When you leave this grounding and this protective atmosphere, do you notice a difference? Are you more vulnerable? Do you notice more suffering when you're out in your car or at work or in the mall or anywhere you might be?
I'm in a very rural area, luckily, with a lot of trees. So I would say not too much. I primarily get just this 24/7 AI that is listening to and stealing my every thought. That never stops ever, every day.
Me too. I agree with you. Me too. Are you old enough to remember when houses were made of tin?
Made of tin?
Yeah, aluminum siding, tin siding.
Oh, aluminum siding.
The construction industry, they did a really good job at kind of phasing that out for practical reasons. But one of the things that went away with that practicality was that tin was protective, hence the term aluminum foil hat. So I don't know what my opinion is on metal. People would put aluminum foil on their television when I was little to get a reception. So yeah. It's funny, you don't know whether aluminum protects or reflects these beams. But I know I've read articles on surveillance for, say, example, a drug dealer or someone that's being spied or observed. You can't see through a tin siding. And that no longer exists. Your average house is made of vinyl. Everything is very fabricated and not as well built. If you see a Westinghouse dryer or a dishwasher from the 50s, the thing's still running today. And that was built to last back then, but now everything is fabricated and it's easy to infiltrate, and every single component of an appliance, for example, has a back door.
Made in China.
Yeah, plastic mismatch.
So
Yeah.
I think the whole the phasing out of aluminum siding houses had a lot to do with surveillance. And on the surface, it made sense because who wants a drug dealer in their neighborhood? Who wants somebody hiding anything? But, that's a double-edged sword. And I don't know. I'm out. I'll let you talk for a minute. I'm going to mute it on out.
When did you say Sacramento is going to happen, Frank, or anyone?
In Sacramento, I believe that is April the 25th. Does that sound right?
Too bad you guys couldn't change it to the time the Bilderberg group is going to meet up there in Northern California. June. Let's see, Northern California, June 2019. It's the first week in June in Sierra City, which is up near Yuba River in a tiny micro town.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I really didn't like about TI Day. It was at the end of the summer. If we have something in the spring, it's like growing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
August, you're at the end of everything,
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it in April?
Yeah, that one is. TI Day is actually in August.
Oh, right, the official TI Day.
Too bad we couldn't have some drones drop some scary stuff, even if it's not weapons, right over where their little resort is, in the middle of nowhere. And it literally is in the middle of nowhere. Population 221 people. Yeah, that's not far from where I used to live. You said a volcano in Arizona. I still trying to wrap my head around that.
Oh, what's that?
You mentioned about the volcano in Arizona. I had no idea.
We have the only super volcano in the world that is not on the floor of the ocean.
I would have not had a clue. Arizona, of all places.
Arizona. And if that blows, or they say
Sunset Crater.
it will cover California, Arizona, and that part of the country will just disappear and be leveled by the pyroclastic cloud. And then the rest of the country has to deal with the ash. So that'll be terrible. That'll be terrible. The worst that could happen.
Well, do you know what the name of that? Because I'm seeing Humphreys Peak, SP Crater, Mount Elgin.
They took the monitoring systems that were available to the public out of there.
Oh.
All right.
We wouldn't know where it is.
I have to go see if I can straighten out my left ear. It's acting all kinds of weird. I'll be right back in about 5-10 minutes.
Okay. Let's see. Reawaken Arizona.
I'm just sort of getting off work now, trying to drive home. Sorry, there's a lot of traffic in Dallas.
I've never been to Dallas. I used to love big cities when I was younger, but no, I don't go anywhere near LA. No, I don't touch LA.
The TIs in Dallas, the men, they seem to suffer like a specific targeting that makes them aggressive. Like, whereas, I mean, we're already kind of like isolated and suffering continual attacks, but yeah, I think they want them to make a scene or become someone that can be discredited or something.
Huh. Well, I always wonder when I watch the bull rides. Was he? I watched the bull rides, and most of them come from Texas, I think, right? The bull riders.
Yeah, if you're in the right area, there's a lot of cows in East Texas where there's a lot of green grass.
before the
Yeah,
hot
I
season.
grew up and we used to go to see the rodeo once a year at the at the state fair. But I never seen. Actually, I take that back. I did see when I lived in Northern California. It was up near Folsom. They had a rodeo there.
Dr. Lighthouse, that was this past weekend at a coffee house. I think he was in Houston a little while prior, but I wasn't able to make it. But I called and reminded several folks, and I think there was maybe a turnout of like 20 to 30 people. But he's the one that said there's about 1,000 TIs in Dallas from the class action lawsuit, the targeted justice sign up. So
Oh wow!
yeah, which that I think that gives us like it's probably 1,000 in every major U.S. city.
Is that where he is? He's in Texas or he's in Arizona?
He's kind of on the road, I guess.
Okay. Yeah.
Someone
I've
says
heard
he's a
him
pretty
talk.
nice guy.
Yeah, he is. He seems to really be.
I
been
hope he doesn't mind. I have his ebook on the CD that I give out to people since they're free.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you have to do a lot of traveling for your job. I used to, and then I just burnt out. I just said no more. My body just can't take it anymore. It just wears on your health. You can do it for a while, and then it just the traffic and the pollution and the noise and the patients, I just run out. And then there's always those one or two people that they want to purposely cause an accident, and you didn't even like touch their bumper. There's like no mark, and yet they're like, oh, okay, what's your insurance? Okay, here's my insurance, and they're like, oh, I'm getting married by the way, and I need the money, so I'm gonna rip you off.
Hey, Mike, it's Josh. How's it going, man?
Hey, Josh.
Hey, thanks for mentioning about the Faraday cage earlier. Appreciate that. So I did the math. If we get 20 people, because we have the Tektronix Spectrum Analyzer SA 2500 in our Hacker apps, and the SA 2500 can do direction finding. It does really advanced scans, and Roger Taltes actually said it was better than the device he uses for scans. And I added up the math. We can buy this Faraday cage if we can get 20 people to do $225. We can scan everybody, and it's just to buy the Faraday cage. We're not making any money. So I just wanted to give that information out there.
Right, it's a public like charity sort of community service to help with TI demonstrations, and it would be who would we contact? Would it be you or Derek with PAX International?
Yeah, Derek.
What does a Faraday cage look like?
I think the good ones are solid copper, right? Whereas you could use like a screening material for like a lighter functioning one.
Is it something you wear? I see something that says Faraday hip bag, personal protection.
No, it's like a solid metal room made out of copper or metal.
Oh, it's a room. So it's not like you could wear it like out and about.
No. It's a solid metal like room, and the entire reason why we're doing this is because like John Kensington and Jesse Beltran, they both do scans in RF free environments, and that's how they're finding all the frequencies. Yeah, Jesse Beltran actually got a Faraday cage from Roden Schwartz for like 10 grand, and he's got a good video I can post on that. And John Kensington, the guy that's certified by Homeland Security, he does it in a bank vault that's like underground, 6-inch thick steel, but it's an RF room. It works the same. But we just need 20 people to scan you guys for free. You just gotta gather the money to buy the cage. That's it.
Mm.
I may be able to do that on like the next paycheck if I don't buy the SDR. The SDR is, how many people are you guys trying to have gather uh, signal logs for differential calculations?
Well, we want to get thousands. So this is just to get the initial equipment. We actually have a donor who is helping with the RF equipment. So we're getting some high-end Tektronix gear that uses DPX technology that can separate rogue or pirate signals. Um, so we're getting that aspect taken care of. We just don't have the Faraday cage down, so we can't isolate the signals to prove that people are emitting frequencies right now. That's our last thing. But once we get it, we'll scan 1,000 people for free. We just have to be able to get this. Then we're going to take it to court.
When you say scan, are you talking about like finding microchips?
Implants or frequencies.
Oh,
Most
that'd
people,
be excellent.
yeah, we
I'm
want to do
sure
it
I
for
have
free,
a ton.
but we just need the Faraday cage. That's the only thing holding us back.
Wow, that's really great. That's really
Yeah,
great that you're doing that.
Josh had a good idea for me, because I went to a church and I dropped off one of my information CDs like on a weekend, and he was like, well, technically we could, like, ask churches if we could go and speak to them about all of this, and even ask for maybe a little help. Like, there are people that are trying to mount an evidence analysis. It's like, the truth is the truth, right? I mean, signals are signals, and people are free. Like, when you're in a public space, you're just allowed to record. There's there's nowhere to, murder someone for recording in a public place. And
Well,
I mean, it'd be awesome for churches to maybe, I don't know, help out.
I think some areas are receptive, but I know just a little bit that I tried to mention it to even other veterans who are, fresh from the field not that long ago. They just didn't want to talk about it. Nobody seemed to be receptive about it. They might have been involved in it. I don't know. I don't want to assume anything.
I don't think you had enough information to give them. We're able to prove that people are emitting frequencies. We got videos of it. The Jesse Beltran video proves all that.
Okay, I'm gonna look up Jesse Beltran because I've heard that name before.
I'll post the link in the chat.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We appreciate that.
Yeah, we need more like common sense approaches to explaining all these things. Like,
absolutely,
if you have a good science teacher, he makes it simple. He makes it common sense. Like, there's no magic or mystery to, like, try to have it take forward by every. And a lot of people, if they have a lot of going on, or children, or if they're healing from being at war, PTSD, or just the standard American.
Jesse Beltran, he worked for communications too?
You can't accept being an American in such an anti-constitutional life. Like, it's hard to get people to believe us.
I know, that's why I'm kind of semi-planning on leaving the country this year, and just do dual citizenship, because I still have family back in the Midwest. But I'm just so tired of it all.
I don't think there's anywhere you could go, unfortunately.
Well, there is and there isn't. I mean, just like with everything, there's some places that are lesser, and then stay away from major cities where there's more. So stay away from fusion centers.
I'm a little
Hey,
bit scared to
Josh.
go on a mission trip.
Oh, that's awesome. Where would you want to go? I've never been
My
on a mission trip. I was gonna one time.
uh,
Josh,
yeah,
what is your
I think we're going to. I didn't answer quickly enough. Do you watch a lot of Netflix?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you watch a lot of Netflix?
I can't hear somebody. There was a noise. What did you say?
Sorry.
He said, "Do you watch a lot of Netflix?"
No, I don't watch any Netflix. In fact, because Obama is part owner of Netflix, so I don't want anything to do with Netflix. They just got hacked, and they had like a big strike out here in California. I think it was in Northern Cal. I used to watch some Netflix, but no, after Obama got involved in that, I'm like, nope, I don't trust that.
Someone was saying my
you,
name a second ago.
yeah, can you give your email address?
Just go to harassmenttaskforce.com and fill out the whistleblower form, and that goes straight to my email.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, I am back once more. Much better.
Oh.
I just wanted to let you guys know, in case that you didn't, Laura Ann lost her other half.
Who?
Laura Ann. She does.
Are you talking about Laura from Colorado?
Yes.
Colorado?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was one of the first to talk to her. It happened. What night was that, Frank? Did I talk to you about that? Sunday night, was it? I think it was Sunday night.
Okay. Yeah. Probably. Yeah.
He had heart surgery recently,
Yeah.
didn't he?
Yeah, she said
problem.
he had atrial heart issues.
Yeah. Well, he didn't go to the doctor when he was supposed to either. He didn't want to go. So.
And neither do I. I don't want to get surgery, but I'm putting it off as long as I can.
Well, don't put it off too long. We'll come get.
Well, I'm gonna just keep trying to do start doing bioidenticals, looking into that, and then getting the acupuncture and the chiropractic, and one step at a time.
I need to sign up for that Christian. They have sort of a cost sharing. I mean, it's not health insurance. You're not going through any health insurance.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Cost sharing. Just
Yeah.
it sounds, and it's only like $100 a month.
I
And
called them and I wanted to join it, but they said I was knowledgeable.
I'll try to shoot Frank or someone some of the information. I need to get signed up for it first, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's imperative that you get involved and get signed up.
Hey Frank, that Michael Hoffer, did you figure out the insurance and everything for him?
He's taking all of my insurance.
You have like PPO or?
He takes just about everything from what I can see. You just need a referral from your doctor.
Okay. I don't have a doctor for a reason.
Josh, you got a short. You have a short or an overload.
The real quick, just jumping up again. When I was describing earlier the incident with being shot in the head with something, then the BTK began. So it was shortly after that I moved down to the south and got a job at the Air Force Base. And at that time there were 2 incidents where I just like passed out just randomly, and the thing is, like, I used to be a like sort of give blood semi regularly, and after that, now when I give blood, I pass out.
You pass out.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't done it for over a year now, but I mean, so there was this when you go to the park and you're walking and there's like workout stations, and there was a sit-up bench, and it was the metal rubber coated honeycomb, and I was laying on it for a moment, just kind of staring up at the sun, and I for like a week I had this weird bruising on my back that with that pattern that suggests to me internal bleeding. And one of the times I went to the ER for the passing out, they really just like when they do an EKG on you, they has anybody else ever wondered, like, the EKG, they only let it be on you for like a half second, right? Like they put all those jelly electrode connectors on your skin that are disposable from the insurance company and the button, and you get a half second. That's it. They'll never ever give you more than that on an EKG. But then, Frank, you have a document on your website pertaining to, I think it's the synthetic telepathy.
Yes.
New edit.
Yep.
Synthetic telepathy, new edit. And I think that they developed an EKG that it doesn't sample like 500 times or something a second. I'm not actually sure on this, but it samples like 4 times as fast. And that's part of how they were first able to do something where they got into the human brain and could see. We have an ultraviolet visual space for like everything else in our brain. Like hearing goes to spatial from the visual cortex. A lot of like spatial thinking goes back into the visual cortex, and there's parts of that they're even able to grab on. But yeah, I haven't had really health insurance this whole time, and I'm afraid to go to a doctor too. But I do wake up every morning with like black circles under my eyes.
Can you hear me?
You were talking about they're shooting things in our eyes at night, maybe when we're sleeping.
Yes. Can you hear me? I've lost my.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Really? Okay, because I'm not seeing it. Are you hearing it just the same as before?
I can hear you, Frank.
Okay. The same as before?
Yeah, you sound good and clear.
Okay, because it just stopped registering here. Oh, well.
Yeah. That's perps for you. They like to mess with the rooms.
I am so tired of it.
Yes. And they've been busy lately.
Yeah, we got perped to death there the other night.
Yes.
Really?
By the way, about getting shot in the eyes at night, I totally agree. What I got was an eye mask, and what it has are little, relatively innocent magnets all the way around the eyes in these masks to sort of ward off frequencies, and I think they help. And it's like $7 on Amazon.
Well, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's a complete mask, you know.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think it helps.
I have been buying neodymium magnets on eBay, and you can get like a nickel or dime size of different thicknesses. You can get like 100 for pretty cheap.
Yeah. You can get.
One thing I want to say about those magnets, we've done tests and they've actually made the signal stronger for a few seconds. That's what our tests have shown.
Is that because they turned up the power, or?
I don't know. We just know that when we tried frequency counters. Craig did this test. He showed that they were receiving more power when he put a magnet up or a degausser wand. Either one of those. It showed that it was emitting more power.
I put magnets around my knees every night because they were hitting them, and the pain was getting unbelievable. So I followed Dwight Mangum's advice and put magnets around, and now I can walk with no pain. So I'm not sure what they do, but I do think that magnets frustrate the frequencies, or they kind of scatter them. You know, so I don't know.
I agree. I mean, I think Richard Lighthouse suggested hanging strong neodymium magnets from the ceiling in the room and letting the fan just, if they're constantly moving.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea too.
Well, this is, you have to picture a frequency like you would falling snow, only obviously a lot faster. So you can put a magnet in the room, we'll say, hanging in the corner of the room. It might do something for that around that magnet, but it's not going to polarize the entire room. You can put organite, we'll say. Some people claim that it works. I happen to be one of those that disagrees with that. But if you put organite in the corner of your room, what's going to happen? Frequencies aren't drawn to it like magnets, okay? What's going to happen is the frequency falls like snow, and if it does absorb it, it will absorb what actually falls on it. Now, the only thing that I know of that absorbs radio frequencies is boron, and it does because they use it in nuclear reactors to shut them down and regulate the power. You pull the boron out, the reactor goes up full. If you push the boron all the way in, it shuts the reactor right down to idle.
Oh.
So
boron. How do you get? What form does boron come in, Frank?
I think it comes right out of the ground.
You can take a supplement. It's good for the brain.
Well,
really?
I thought it might be a countermeasure that you could make, we'll say, a hat out of.
Oh.
Frank, so we did some research on that captain that you were talking about.
Yeah.
And we found out that it's non-conductive.
Right.
We're unsure about its shielding capabilities because of that.
Okay, well, the NASA is pretty sure about it because they used it to shield all their electronic equipment from any kind of rays that they might pick up, frequencies out in space.
I saw that they had it in shielding instead of cables was a use case for it.
Mm-hmm.
But I was told because that it wasn't conductive, that it's just an absorber and it doesn't really fully shield. That's what I was told.
Okay, that is free conference call. I've already posted in here that someone is hooked up to free conference call. If you're trying to listen to two calls, that's great. But if you're streaming this one, it would not be appreciated.
I found that drinking borax is very helpful. I mean, not too much. I do it very lightly for even the V2K. I mean, like the Dave CD doesn't cure me, but nothing does. But the borax helps a little bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that actually do that with borax. I've heard a lot about that.
It kind of feels like what is it? When a gosh, what's the saying? It makes you feel like you have a little bit of spunk, to like disagree with the AI. It's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's hard when like your every thought is you can even literally feel it, like it's getting dragged away into this like computer that's, you know, trying to calculate everyone's thoughts or record them.
Hey, Frank, how does the boron stop the radiation?
It's one of its properties. It actually absorbs it. And they found that out when they built the first nuclear reactors. And they use it. Every nuclear reactor built today has boron rods. So
That's really interesting.
Yeah,
I think that's like
yeah.
really interesting.
No, I think if you built the canopy of your bed out of that, I think you'd really get results, maybe, or a Faraday cage out of that.
Huh. I wonder if you can take like borax, which is a sodium compound of it, and you go like make it into like a paint, and then paint something on it,
Well,
Make
why
it
don't we
into,
see how much boron costs? I think it's probably in a powdered form. And
on eBay.
Yeah, you can
like
mix
pure boron powder.
Yeah.
Oh.
I know they can. I get boric acid on there. I don't know if they have just pure boron.
They have boron tablets on Amazon. Let me ask you though, if boron absorbs the frequencies, if we take a tablet, does that mean we're going to absorb it into our bodies?
I don't believe so. I think that what does it say in tablet form that it's supposed to be for?
I forget. I just saw it in my closet the other day. I haven't been taking it lately. I'm not sure why. Maybe because there's so many I take. But
well, what I know about boron is that it helps with the absorption of calcium, magnesium. You're not losing as much of it. So the studies, they found that that's one of the main things, and then it helps with the neuroconductors. So it helps you to think a little better. That's what they say. I haven't noticed it yet, but we'll see, right? Maybe I'll get smarter next week.
Yeah.
Well, you
I
sound
noticed
pretty
something
smart
pretty
this week.
interesting. Sorry, Frank.
Oh, go ahead.
If I drink the borax water with like the low, really super low concentration borax water, then and I go to work, then a Red Bull energy drink will not energize me at all.
So it neutralizes the caffeine, kind of?
I wonder, or the taurine or guarana. I mean,
Okay, what you want
that it's part of
Party and upper ruling class more broadly. If you want to know what they're thinking in the faculty lounge at Wesleyan, or out in Silicon Valley, or in Hollywood, watch Kirsten Jill.
Okay, that was probably an accident. I know who that was. You have to be careful with those energy drinks. They they're built on niacin, and they affect your niacin content, and they can be very dangerous.
Yes, it can give you heart attack over time.
Yeah, I used to never drink them, but when I started driving like 17 hours at a time, I started to, have like one, and then I'll just like sip coffee the rest of the day.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Hey, Frank.
Boron is biologically active trace mineral that affects calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus metabolism. Boron is known to support bone strength and structure.
Oh, bone strength.
Hey, Frank.
That's good news.
I don't know if you were listening
that.
earlier, but when we were talking about the Faraday cage, we would go and we would scan everybody in Massachusetts. If you want, we can bring it there and we can assemble it there, and maybe in a storage unit or whatever. But we have an investor who invested in some pretty high grade Tektronix equipment that uses this DPX technology that can find like what they call pirate signals or ghost signals.
Okay.
And if we get 20 people that can help us buy this Faraday cage, it's like
Right.
$4,400 right now. So about $250 for 20 people. I'll drive it there, and we'll have it for their entire community permanently. Then we can do free scans for anybody after that. I would literally drive it to Massachusetts and scan everybody on your call.
Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. What is the Faraday cage made of? All copper plate?
Yeah, it's copper. Solid copper. It's about 2 inches thick.
Soldered together?
I don't know if it's completely solid. Looks like some of it had some mesh, but what we do have though is we have a SA 2500 Tektronix spectrum analyzer that does direction finding, trilateration, and it has that DPX technology, which is it's a pretty big bonus. And what we wanted to do is compare the sweep reports of the TI in the cage and out of the cage, and we also have the same analyzer or detector, RF detector that Jesse Beltran used, but we're planning on getting the same frequency counter that he used for his scans. And I don't know if you've seen the video. I'll post it again in your chat right now. And what he did is he got a Faraday cage from Roden Schwartz for about 10 grand. That's made out of mixed material. And he took a frequency counter and a bug detector and took 60 people inside of the Faraday cage, and the people that were symptomatic were emitting frequencies, and the people that were not symptomatic were not emitting frequencies at all. And that's the test we're trying to prove, and we want to get 1,000 TIs on video right now. That's our goal.
Okay, that's very good, solid evidence right there. That's a good idea. I'd like to, if I was going to build a Faraday cage, this is how it would be built. Every corner, it would be totally square or rectangular, whatever shape we chose, and it would be soldered together. Every single junction, every single piece would be soldered together. All right. And then as far as air inlets go, the air inlet would have to come out and form an S pattern. And the reasoning behind that is if you have a straight in air inlet, it's going to go right in. But if it's made like an S or like a trap or a U, it can stop any signals.
So I don't know if you know Dave Case at all.
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we had his Faraday. He was a part of the tech committee before he was murdered by a brain aneurysm. He's found dead in his chair. But we had his plan.
Case?
No, Dave Etch.
Oh, scared me.
Yeah.
I don't know who Dave Etch is.
Is
that
he was
recent?
kind of quiet. He was a part of the tech committee, but he was murdered by a brain aneurysm. And we had the plans to his Faraday cage, and he claimed it was shaking a week before he died. But it's pretty much the same thing, and he was using muffin fans. But we found on a lot of like MRI rooms and stuff, they use like this honeycomb material for the vents, but it has like an S shape going down. So yeah, basically what you said right there.
Okay.
Hey, Josh, you said they were rattling his Faraday cage before the brain aneurysm?
Yeah, he had a solid copper Faraday cage, and he said it on a tech call a couple of weeks before he died that they were shaking his Faraday cage, and they found him dead in his chair.
How long ago was that?
It was about 8 months ago.
Oh, not that long ago. Oh.
So that, I think my theory is that that ties into every second and third world country being dominated, and like even with remote neural interface, or Derek is kind of the one that taught me that the president of Honduras in 2009, there was a coup. Like there's always another coup. There's always another coup d'état. And the Honduran president was couped and running for his life, and so he ended up hiding in the Brazilian embassy, and he was getting hit by microwave weapons, and he was on the line live with Amy Goodman for the War on Peace report, and he told her, I'm getting hit with microwave weapons and also sonic and other, and like, you know, he was just expressing how he's being affected in multiple ways, and she wouldn't say anything about the microwaves, and he said it a second time, and you can get the transcript online, and that goes right in there with Cuba and China more recently, and so it also happened to U.S. diplomats in Moscow during the Cold War for like 10 years. It was happening. I think I don't know. I mean, maybe people that are doing it are trying to like wake the world up to what's already governing second and third world countries already. Like it's already in place, and we're just 25% of humanity.
And the problem is, they are much freer to talk about it without as much retribution in other countries than we are here. For whatever reason, everybody looks to the U.S. as a superpower, but that isn't. That's an illusion, because China is. They are going leaps and bounds because our evil government dictators before this president pumped all that money into China and made them rich. So they've got all this money, and they teamed up with Russia, and they teamed up with North Korea. So they are to be feared. China's no joke.
Okay.
I believe someone said the Russian CIA for a while was using V2K. Putin, I think.
Oh
Putin
yeah, the
has
Russians have all that. A lot of countries have the same thing.
Putin has it on record that their CIA was using V2K to talk to their operatives, but that it was causing brain damage, so they stopped. Like that's a record somewhere. I think when you talk about China, you have to go to like Tiananmen Square, right? Do you remember Tiananmen Square? There's a really good Al Jazeera documentary.
Yeah,
they were supposed to be free. I mean, it was a 1 million man march, and they told the army to go in there and break that up, and they ended up like fraternizing, right? That's fraternization. They broke command and they hung out. And so then they, like a week, I don't know, then the government published it in the newspapers, and that backfired too, because that made it look even worse. And there
ought to be
was
interesting.
A moment where the military was told, you go in there and you break it up. And they started shooting people. And that's the China that we live in today, and everything in Walmart comes from there.
That's why I try not to shop at Walmart at all anymore. And maybe Target does too. I don't know for sure.
That guy, the guy from Loma Linda University, he gave a talk it's called Brain Science Bench to Battlefield. He said that unless we do big data on the population in the West for the skyrocketing neural interface sciences, that Asia will surpass us by 2020. I mean, it's an hour and a half long, but if you listen to that, and it's on YouTube, Brain Science, Neuroscience Bench to Battlefield. He says that he's like, the exact words come out of his mouth.
What is it called? Brain Science what?
Bench to Battlefield.
Bench to Battlefield. I'll look that up.
Yeah. And he makes a comment like that it does challenge like the most sacred place within us. And for me, or Frank and I and many others, there our every attempt at intervocalization is being interacted with without, there's no option on our part. We don't get a request.
It's no.
The worst, it's the getting past that. Like now that we have each other, it's okay, right? Like that's how it becomes survivable, because we have each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Yeah. People of like minds.
Yeah. We are stronger together.
Sure are.
Yeah.
I wish we could all move together. That would be something.
Oh my God. I don't know. Think about it.
Let's go to Linda's house. She
My house
29.
in the middle of the block.
She has 29 rooms and they're all vacant, right, Linda?
And it's haunted?
No.
Yeah, maybe we should go buy the Winchester mansion.
Yeah.
People scared to come and see us. Without our Winchesters.
Opening all those doors that open into just a flat drop off because she wanted to stay safe. Well, she thought that all the ghosts that died as a result of the Winchester were going to come and haunt her. So there are all kinds of trap doors.
Huh? Yeah, I heard that. Wasn't there? Didn't she kill her husband or something?
I don't know.
Or was that Lizzie Borden? I think that was Lizzie Borden.
And that was her parents that she killed with an axe.
Oh, that's right, her parents.
But no,
mad at her parents because they oppressed her.
When I was a kid, we went to see the Winchester house, and it was very bizarre. There really are a bunch of trap doors and places you really can throw yourself off a building. You know?
Yeah, I saw the Eddie Murphy movie. I can't remember the name of it. It was kind of a Halloween, funny kind of a supposed to be a spooky Halloween, scary, funny movie, and it kind of looked like what I imagine the Winchester house must have looked like.
Yeah.
I've never been there though.
You haven't missed a lot. It's an old house with a lot of trap doors or trap, things where you fall down.
I'm sorry, I was just typing something in the chat. Linda, you type incredibly fast. I think I'm hearing about 65 words a minute.
More like about 80 words a minute. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be typing into.
Oh, that's all right.
I was a legal secretary for years, and we really had to type fast,
Yeah, that's about. I used to type pretty much that fast. I had to, but then when you're away from it, you just kind of lose that rhythm.
I was going to say I don't type that fast anymore. You're probably right. It's probably about 60 words a minute.
Oh, I think no, you were really smoking there.
Well, I don't mean to. Am I interrupting the call with my typing?
No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. Don't. If it bothers you, we'll just grab you. That's all.
Tell me to shut up. I can take that.
No, Linda, you've got a lot of good information. I appreciate
Linda's
all you do.
Well, it was a necessity. I would have lost everything in my husband's estate if I hadn't really studied and really worked at it,
And it's just your passion, your Spitfire, I take no prisoners kind of attitude that, some days we feel strong and some days we feel weak, but I just love that about you, that you have that. And I just wish more people could experience that for a day and then keep trying it on every day and just keep trying it on and just just keep pushing yourself even when you're not feeling it, just do something that inspires you.
I started I started a morning call at one time, but like 3 people came, so I decided that was not going to work. But it was kind of
I'm not a morning person. I never was.
It was like, well, maybe we could all get together in the morning and get that energy going, but it didn't work.
Yeah, it sounds nice for me in theory, but my
Yeah.
body just says no, no, no. I can hardly get to sleep when I should be at night. It's so hard.
Yeah, you know what messes me up? Dealing with people in Europe. They're 6 hours off one direction, and the other one is 6 hours off in the other direction. 6 hours behind, 6 hours ahead.
Yeah. I know I'm watching the international news and it's daylight over there when it's nighttime here.
I'm typing.
I sure hope Meghan Markle keeps giving the Queen a hard time. I know she's having her party
Yeah.
in New York for a baby shower. She's not going to take any crap. I hope she doesn't take any crap.
I think I think that's one of the reasons Diana died was she wasn't going to take any crap.
Totally. Yeah, she knew things, and that's why.
Hey, you guys, if you think like seriously, man, like with the Meghan Markle thing, like get over it already. Go look at the photo of the nurse, the Queen's nurse. Go look at the belt buckle she's wearing. Just go look at that belt buckle. All right, there ain't no Meghan Markle nothing. I'm tired of people saying Meghan Markle. That girl is an actress who was put in place, and if anything, she has some sort of blood connection. And I'm hesitant to even call the person a she. Go look at the nurse's belt buckle. Meghan Markle, my ass. These people disgust me. These people physically make me sick. And the fact that I hear other
she
people.
made the Queen cry. She made the Queen cry. So
Yeah,
that makes me
sure.
laugh.
Yeah, sure she did. A sad movie makes me cry. It's all Hollywood theatrics. Go look at the belt buckle.
Maybe.
Okay, go look at the belt buckle. Meghan Markle.
I don't know who that
There's
is.
another
I
actress.
don't even know who this woman is.
Okay, Alex.
Another
calm down.
actress. Another actress on the world stage. Shakespeare said that. This world is a stage.
She has a very sweet smile. She seems to be very sweet, and just because she's an actress does not make her a bad person.
Exactly.
We've
got a lot of TIs that were actors and actresses that are targeted.
Go look at the nurse's belt buckle.
Or a lot of
and we won't have to talk
actors and actresses commit suicide, right?
What is
There's
on
a high
there?
suicide rate.
What is on there?
Or they often have a lazy eye. Have you noticed, like, the next generation, was it Will Riker?
What?
A lot of line
line
readers have a issue with lazy eyes in the acting community, the talent. Anyways,
My sister had a lazy eye, but I don't know if that means anything.
I'm sorry. The reason I'm saying that is that this 1970s patent on getting like the beginning of the EEG cloning is like they put one frequency to the left hemisphere and one frequency to the right hemisphere, and then the difference between them, the corpus callosum will create its own regulating like third frequency, and that's the uplink. Supposedly, that's where they could get the visual feed from a pilot in the 70s. Yeah, I'm really saying something. But I have an article linked elsewhere that there is a CIA connection with like the Hollywood script writing.
Oh, of course,
it's absolutely
Netflix.
Yeah.
Netflix.
Yeah.
Loaded with MK.
So Netflix is giving microwave like return, like they're getting returns now. Like it's like live script writing and then getting returns over the microwave. I mean Wi-Fi.
Say more. Say more about the returns.
Say more.
Well, like, I mean, people have smart TVs that go to sleep when you go to sleep, right? Or it'll say like, "Are you still watching? Do you want me to pause it for you?" But like, the TV is also watching for, I think, emotion in the face. And in my situation, honestly, after hours and hours and years in front of a computer, like when I go try to read now, I literally have a voice that reads for me.
Wow.
Like I have someone that knows my thoughts and feelings for me.
We all have our different attacks or whatever you want to call it, whatever it is we're going through. So I try to even imagine that, and I don't even know what I do with that. I don't know how you cope, but you got to find a way. Just find the strength, because you have the strength in you to try to be an overcomer. And you're here amongst friends, so you're not alone.
Thank you. I do rent movies from the library. I rent DVDs for free.
I have something to offer.
Sure, go right ahead, Rory.
So, I was counseled by a spiritual being that that I needed to. This was like, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago. That I needed to learn a particular hymn. It's very short. It's very brief. It has 3 verses. And I needed to say it over and over again. I needed to make it my internal loop that was going on in my head.
Like a mantra?
Yeah, and I didn't understand why, but I did it. What it does is it keeps the frequency of your brain. This is not pop music. This is, a very ancient hymn. It keeps it at the appropriate level that it's supposed to be at.
That makes sense.
It makes your brain impenetrable to those who are trying to hack it. So it's like they can't do the V2K either when you're occupying your brain with the stuff, and they can't read your brain and get information out of your brain.
Yeah, a lot of other people in the Intel community said the same thing. That when you're keeping yourself occupied, you multitask, you do 2-3 things at once, listen to music, read. I've always been a multitasker, so I think that really helps, so that you don't have to pay attention to that internal dialogue that they're feeding.
Can we hear the hymn?
You can. It's very simple. It's peace is like a river flowing through my heart, and that's the refrain. And it's there's several verses, and then what I did, at some point I got bored, and I started adding my own verses. So
that's beautiful.
Yes, if you look up peace is like a river, it's very, very simple. And what it does is, it's just, at this point, I've been doing it for so long that it sort of just plays in my head. And when they project, see, this is very subtle. What they do to me, they project these songs into my head that I can't stand. I absolutely can't stand. It's this pop music stuff that's like total crap. It's like the drinking songs. When I wake up, I know if I fever, I'm gonna come home to you, and blah 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 blah.
Lost my wife, lost my dog.
Well, and the other ones are they're songs that would make me think about wanting to relocate or abandon my house, or give up the fight. Like the Howard Jones song, "No One's Ever to Blame," and blah 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 blah. And so when I hear that stuff gets run into my head, I just default to the hymn, and it just obliterates it.
That's good. That's a good technique.
The neurological pathways in the brain, if you're already trained on the hymn, they just jump there. So that way, I can keep them from putting these stupid moronic pop tunes in my head, which they seem to do.
Well, I learned something new, so thank you. That's a good way of retraining your brain. So
yeah.
Could you sing it for us?
Older, we gotta just do brain exercises.
Yeah, that's good, because that's what I do also. If I don't like the thoughts that I'm having, then I'll jump to a song and I'll repeat the song until I change my frequency.
There are also frequency music, I guess you'd call it, that if you input in your computer happy frequencies. It will come up on YouTube. It will come up with frequencies that you can listen to. That it's really interesting. You can feel the lift as you're hearing it. You can feel yourself lifting and feeling that urge that feels good.
Oh, nice.
That's a good thing to do too. At least that's what I do when I really know I'm not going to make it. I listen to that and it really helps.
Yeah. Well, there's another one. There's another one too. That's it's a website. It's called Tom Tom Herman Herman. No, it's Kenyon, Kenyon. You go to TomKenyon.com, and he's got these transmissions from these outer dimensional beings called the Hathors, and he has these musical things that you can download, and the music is codified to heal the human body. It's really lovely stuff.
Mm-hmm. I've heard of him. Yeah.
I know I love the music. I'm gonna have to get the soundtrack when I go to get acupuncture done. They have that, Asian really melodic, just you imagine cherry blossoms, and it just I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's not your typical music that you find on the store shelf, but
That's kind of what Dave Case's CD is about. It won't let their frequencies into your brain. When they try to get in your brain, it really does. It helps. If you listen to it all night long for a week, you'll notice that all that stuff seems to kind of disappear. All that, the painful information they dump in our brains.
That guy's name for with the Hathors again?
It's Tom Kenyon, TomKenyon. He's on, I think he's on Orcas Island in Washington State. Which, interestingly enough, it's one of those super high end zip codes. There were friends of mine out there who were fighting foreclosure, and anyway, it has nothing to do with anything. It's just that there's two interesting people that I follow that are on Orcas Island. I actually fell asleep and woke up again, so I missed a lot of what you were all talking about. But
Oh,
I need to file suit against Goldman Sachs and Wells Fargo in the Southern District of New York, so in Manhattan. And I'm going to file a criminal suit against them for targeting the people who are resisting foreclosure. It's not, in my case, I'm fighting Goldman Sachs and Wells Fargo. But of the, 30 other people that I've found to be targeted with microwave radiation in their homes who are resisting foreclosure, it's not just Goldman Sachs and Wells Fargo. It's all these other banking entities as well. It's the large banks and their subsidiaries.
Wow.
The only one that so anyway, if anybody has a good attorney that you think would take this kind of a case and introduce a criminal complaint to the Southern District of New York, I need that contact.
The only one I know is the free one, National Liberty Alliance.
National what?
National Liberty Alliance.
Liberty?
National Liberty Alliance out of New York.
Okay, National Liberty
Alliance. Yeah, I'll give you the number. Again, I have to give Connie all the credit because she's the one that gave it. And also courtroomwatch.org. That's kind of a
swirling like the little demons. If you guys ever saw a big demon and little demons together, you would know you're mimicking their behavior. You don't even know you are.
Okay. Let's see, Eric. Oh, Eric. Okay, here it is. It is 605-475-3250, and the PIN number is 449389. And there's a Monday night call at 9 Eastern time. Usually goes for like an hour or two. They usually mute the room at first, and then at the end, they'll do like a long lecture. What is common law? What is this? What is that? What they're working on. And I haven't been on it in quite a while because my health hasn't been up to par, so I haven't been able to spend much time doing anything else but trying to get my affairs in order. But they do have calls every day of the week. Yeah, 605-475-3250. PIN number 449389. And they're free. If you want literature from them, you can join their membership, which is $60 for a whole year. All kinds of case law information, stuff way over my head.
Hey,
I don't
you know
even
what?
know if I could comprehend.
Thank you. My battery's low and I have to sign off.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Just plug in. Plug in and stay with us.
Oh, did you, not to get off the subject, but I was really sad. I stopped by Payless when I was going to Target to get my bins for moving, and Payless, all of the Paylesses are going out of business forever.
That's crazy.
I remember shopping there as a little kid in Green Bay, Wisconsin, for our school clothes, and yeah, so everything is on sale, like anywhere from 20 to 40% off. Final sale, no returns. When I called the corporate office and I said, well, when do you think it is? Like the final day? And they said, well, maybe May, maybe sooner, maybe later. So they're liquidating everything.
Wouldn't it be nice if I went to Brockton, Massachusetts, and I saw them building a shoe factory? Now that's something that it's possible for everything to come back to the United States with the Trump law. And the Trump law basically states that, okay, have it made in China. You stay in China and we'll cancel your corporate certificate. So, he's doing it. That's why they're all coming home. But I think
good.
Back to mom and pop stores and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
That would be very
great.
I
Hey,
support
we need
mom and
that.
pop.
We don't need big chains. We need mom and pop stores.
Mm-hmm.
Like in London, they do it by law there too, don't they?
They do what?
In London, supposedly it takes all day to shop because you have to go to this little store, this little store, this little store.
Yeah, isn't that something? You see that
healthy.
They don't even allow a Walmart there, I don't think. If you're any bigger than 2 or 3 employees, you have to split.
When I grew up, we didn't have a Walmart.
Trump's daughter needs to bring her clothes manufacturing company back from China, and Trump needs to bring his clothes manufacturing business back from Mexico. I'm sorry, but it drives me nuts when he talks about that stuff, and it's not happening in his own family. Just thought I'd let you know.
Now, okay, that's great because I didn't know that he had a clothes manufacturing company in Mexico.
Yeah.
I didn't either.
And he is kicking the Mexicans in the face with the wall.
Yeah.
And at the same time,
And his employees are from Eastern Europe.
Well, he's got employees from Honduras or from
and they're undocumented, and you won't let
Southern
them leave.
California. Yeah.
Do not all of them, but
as they do. That concerns me. In fact, he was called out on a late night television program. I can't remember whose it was. I think it was David Letterman some time ago, obviously. But he had his tie, and he said, "This is one of your ties." And he turned the tag over for the camera, and it said right there, "Made in Mexico." It was like, whoa! Kind of caught. I don't know what he's doing. I hope what he's doing is going to help us.
It is. It is. He's very, very. He can't do this, but he's trying to take us back to a town hall government, and that's the way it should be, actually.
Yeah, I
He
agree.
can't do that, but
With all these corporates, and they're taking out seniors and homeless and putting up luxury, condos and places, and it's just not right.
yeah.
Do you guys remember Occupy Wall Street?
Yeah.
Remember
I met someone from there.
Occupy Government Center in Boston.
Occupy Wall Street, that was like the American part of the American response to all the foreclosures.
Right. That's called an occupied psyop. Can I ask a question? Like, is Trump in the WWF Hall of Fame? I mean, the answer is yes. Oh, that's a rhetorical question. I don't know what you people need. What's it going to take? Like, what do you need? What evidence do you need that they're actors? The guy's clotheslining Vince McMahon, and then the next thing he's running the country? Who's going to be next? Like Britney Spears? Like, what's it going to take? Like, wake up. Like, that's fucking wake up. These people don't care about you. They're actors, and your vote does not count. Like, this is a joke. Like, it's a complete joke. The guy was on The Apprentice, and everybody loved him. Everybody wants the show, want to tune into NBC, Channel 4. Everybody took him for real, and everybody was on his side. And then he becomes president, and then it's all a matter of who's with him and who's against him. Like, what's it going to take for you people? Stop taking Prozac.
I didn't like
Stop taking
psychotropic medication.
You must be from the Northeast. You're so blunt in your love.
God damn, man.
I hear you.
I disagreed with him at first, but he has done things that would have gotten anybody else killed, and the fact that he's still alive, that he has the balls to do what he's done. So I have to give him credit where I didn't give him any credit in the beginning at all, but I do now. And here's the thing: what you don't know, and a lot of people don't know, and I didn't know, is Intel people are running the show. They always have. They don't tell him. They don't have to tell him everything they're doing. They don't have to, because it's called active denial for a reason. The FBI and
you know what active denial is? Watching a TV show knowing it's scripted and still believing in it. That's what active denial is. There's no such thing as being a patriot. Like, the guy got a Russian wife. All right? I mean, what do you want? A so-called Russian wife. I don't even know who she is. That's another actress. But let's play by the script. Look at the script.
Whoa,
like,
hey,
this is ridiculous that people sit here and have political conversations.
Alex,
you like getting yelled at?
We're all friends here, man. Relax.
I know, but I get fired up because it's like TIs are under mind control. And you believe anything you're told. You believe anything.
I don't believe anything I'm told.
Listen to me. Supposedly, this could be argumentative because I can't prove it, but supposedly Richard Nixon said the American public won't believe anything until they see it on TV. Everything, I'm listening to these conversations, and people say 1 minute I'm a TI, but then you listen to them talk on another minute, you believe everything they tell you. You live your whole life off of another man's word. You never proved any of the things you believe. And for you to sit here and have these conversations about politics, these people are gang members. They're fraternity members. They met when they were 18. They're still in business when they're 40. You don't know how a gang or a mafia works. Obviously, you don't. You sit here and talk like you go in and you have some control over the way these people judge your community. The realest news you're going to see is the guy on the side of the road doing local news, maybe covering a traffic accident. The rest of the shit is scripted, and I mean scripted 1,000%. Nothing about it is meant for you to have a free thinking mind over. So, you're a TI on every level. Stop with this nonsense. Trump this, Trump that.
Even if what you're saying is
it.
true, you're discrediting yourself by shrieking at fellow friends. You know what I'm saying? You're not being rational.
Yeah, I can't be the best friend to you unless I'm real, unless I'm upfront.
Everyone
No
here
one
having
is
a
going
friendly
to
chat
tell you
about
you are being lied to.
Shoe factories coming back to the U.S., dude. Brother, we need jobs in the U.S., don't we? And the other thing is like,
can you yourself prove that shoe factory
not
ever left?
interrupting each other. We were also taking the time to listen to each other, and we were talking about jobs.
Yeah, they never left the U.S.
Fancy little Britain gets to have all these little shops, you know.
Hey, Alex, are you drinking again?
You want to be at the tip top of this call.
Hey, Alex, are you drinking?
That's all you want. If you want to be at the top, man, you're just another topper yourself.
Hey,
Am I
Alex,
drinking?
Just stop.
Am I drinking? I'm getting dragged by the wagon.
Alex, you said
Okay. Oh man.
Love your neighbors, dude. Love
Okay,
your
let's
neighbors.
shift the frequency here. Come on.
Yeah.
All right, Seth. That's a
But
good.
you know what, Alex?
I love you.
I
love you guys. I wouldn't call here if I didn't want to call. But you need to get aware of it, man. Like, what's up with these people? They don't care about you. They don't care.
Jill.
And they don't care about people that aren't even aware of being
I
TI.
care about you. I care about Alex. I care about Frank. I care about Sue. I care about Lorraine. I care.
God damn, man. I mean, this shit never ends with the
I'd like
psychological
to say that
shit.
I care, man. Tune it out, man.
Frank saw a shoe factory.
Well, he wants to vent something, yeah. And
Yeah.
you know, Alex, you're making some good points. I hear you. I think people are reacting to your tone, but you do make some good points.
Personally, I myself, I took a petition down for. I believe that Walmart and these other companies need to label their products that they're free of sweatshops, right? Like, we have the right to vote by what we purchase, supposedly, and I understand it supposedly. But when I went down to New York City and Body Park, I met a bunch of the organizers of Occupy Wall Street, and they were trying to plan the next iteration. And there was a giant police tower with that remote distance microphone, Avila, and they were pointing it right at us. And that guy, Michael Moore, was there, and he was trying to talk it all up. He was trying to talk it all up that the next debt bubble crash, because we understand the world's built on slavery. The next debt bubble to crash is going to be student loans, and that was like 10 years. That was like 10 years ago.
But look at Michael Moore, satanic gatekeeper. You'll never get there in the spotlight. You'll never get on the world stage unless you're one of them.
I handed out copies
Michael Moore.
The Murdered Missionaries autobiography, right there, right in their face. So the point is,
that was trying to get Walmart.
The point is, if you want to teach people Christ's love, you got to dirt with them, and that's 75% of mankind right there. That's the majority of humanity has good news. The majority of humanity already has perfectly reasonable.
This stuff never ends. If me and you were having this conversation 30 years ago, Michael Moore would be referred to as Malcolm X or Martin Luther King. All operators, all agents, all actors on the world stage. It never changes as the generations evolve.
Hey, Alex.
These people are not who you think they are.
Hey, Alex.
Michael Moore.
In Rome, the intelligence agencies would be the Praetorian Guard off their own empire, their own emperor.
We need to have a major chill factor here.
Hey, can I ask who was the guy that said that he was? Sorry.
Let's get back to
who was it that said they took Walmart?
Well,
petitions
the
about
thing
Walmart?
is, okay, in response to some of those points,
Ashley,
it's like those things are true, and yet you don't have to get upset about it, because yes, we are targets. Yes, they're actors. Yes, this has been going on for hundreds of years, and yes, those things are sometimes, going on behind the scenes, and sometimes they're out front. But it doesn't mean you have to lose your own center because of it.
Yeah, very good, sir.
May I ask who was talking about taking the petitions about the sweatshops?
Well, that was me, Michael.
Michael, this is Ashley Parrish in Arkansas. I was trying to do something sort of similar but different. How did you write the petitions up yourself?
I did. I wrote it over and over and over, and then I put it on AVAZ, AVAAZ, and they specialize in like supposedly. And right now I'm in agreement with Alex. Like AVAZ is owned by the wealthy elite, and what it does is it takes control of any petition that could go international. And I never had any search ranking like on Google. And I would go around YouTube and I would look at like the Nike sweatshop slave condition, like, you know, tragedy documentaries showing the women and children and the horrible conditions for Americans to wear Nike shoes. And I would put the petition in the comment section, and Google would take care of it like the rest of the way. Like they would just push it away. It was horrible. And I think I only got like 20 signatures on all.
Do you guys know what HEK 293 is? HEK 293.
Fill us in.
Surely, anybody heard of that?
No.
What it is it stands for human embryonic kidney. I guess gene 293. If you Google that term, HEK, H is in Hector, E is in Ernie, K is in I don't know, Kenneth.
293.
HEK 293. What they do is they took some kidney cells from aborted fetuses, and what they do is they take them and they put them in a dish, I guess, and clone those kidney genes or whatever, kidney cells, and it's in so much food, you guys. They're turning us into cannibals without even telling us. If you look on the side of a package, like it's in like Lay's, almost all the Lay's potato chips. It's in drinks. It's in almost everything, and it's the way it's listed is natural flavors. You know how you'll see that on the ingredients, natural flavors. That's considered a natural flavor. And I was shopping at Dollar General, and I just about couldn't
why
find
would they put
anything.
that in the food?
Well, they had what it's also fucked up it's also messed up the process by which they decided that this was some kind of flavor enhancer, because like who would have thought to try, like, let's try that, like let's try chili powder, no, let's try some
It's to corrupt your
kidney.
DNA.
It's disgusting is what it is,
It's to
and it's
corrupt your
hard to find
DNA.
anything.
Trojan horse.
Yeah, it's hard to find
Exactly.
anything that doesn't have that shit in it if you guys start looking.
Frequency-based weapons, food, everything can be attenuated. It's a form of altering your DNA. It's nasty.
You're right. If you eat genetically modified food, it modifies your own genes. So it's just disgusting. And people are just uninformed. I mean, I was too. I had no idea.
Well, you guys want to hear why I'm in this program? So you can look up Carol Baldwin Piercy, right? My grandpa, he was ex-Air Force intelligence. And I talked to all my aunts and uncles, and they told me what he did for a living was he investigated alien crash sites. That's what his job was. Look him up. I'm not joking. This is and
That name is familiar. What's his first name again?
Carol Baldwin Piercy. He was a level 33 Freemason. He was military intelligence, and I was told that on his desk he had a phone that went directly to the President of the United States. At the time, that was Reagan.
What's the last name, Josh?
Piercy, Piercy. That's my grandpa. Okay. And when he became level 33 Freemason, he was a devout Christian. They told him that he needed to dedicate his life to Satan. The Freemasons did. And they said if he didn't do this and he didn't pay 70% of his income to the President of the United States, they robbed him of a hotel that he built in Atlanta, Georgia, a big skyscraper hotel. They took his money and they tried to get him to dedicate his life to Satan. I'm not shitting you. This is what the Freemasons did to my family. And they said if he didn't do this, he was going to curse my entire bloodline. After this happened, two of my uncles, one of them committed suicide. Another one was, he said he didn't do anything wrong. He was put in prison for over 20 years. Okay? And like my whole family's fucked up. My mom's implanted. My aunt is implanted. She headed up the Tea Party for the state of Florida. And I called my aunt up and she told me a lot of this stuff. My mom verified it. And all this shit ended up being true. He's a level 33 Freemason. This shit is a fucking occult. I'm telling you right now. And they curse your bloodlines.
Where did he investigate those?
Talk about loving money.
Hey, type into Google why Wendy's hamburgers are square, and you look beyond the Google that they control, and you get to the real matter of why those hamburgers are square, and you'll see all the subliminal messages in their logo, and you'll figure out who that dude really is. They own everything.
Well, another Freemason, I've been investigating this for a long time. Another Freemason robbed him when he wouldn't dedicate 70% of his income. Okay? And I ended up researching Freemasonry on YouTube for a long time. And I found another Freemason that basically said you can't be a Christian if you're a Freemason. This guy was a pastor, right? And he got an acceptance to be a level 33. And when he went to go become a Freemason, like a level 33 Freemason, they said, you know, they asked him what his religion was, what he believes in. And the guy next to him said, I don't believe in anything. And the elder said, you'll become higher in our ranks because of that. That's what he told him. And the other guy, like this guy had a video basically saying that they wanted to give a big percentage of his money to the Freemasons, to the president. He wanted to like give his money to Barack Obama, like 70%. And it matched exactly what my family told me, what they handed down to me, how the Freemasons work. Exactly. They fucking robbed my grandpa. I talked to this other Chris guy who was on the tech committee. He said his uncle, the same shit happened. They gave away a bunch of properties to another Freemason. So this is what I think that's going on. And it can affect your entire bloodline. And you guys might not have a clue what's going on. But I have a ton of evidence right now.
We've heard some of those things before. But thank you for confirming.
Yeah.
I'm going to look them up. Where did you do that research on the alien craft? Which space was it?
I know he was like in Germany, he was in Hawaii, and I heard he was on the Roswell stuff. My mom personally told me that he worked on Roswell. And this is what she told me years ago. This was like 10 or 12 years ago. She said that they found a couple beings with like dark cold eyes, stuff like that. That's what I heard. Okay. But then I call my aunt, and my aunt tells me that he investigated alien crash sightings. And he was a chief master sergeant of Air Force intelligence. That was his position, but he was also a level 33 Freemason.
Yeah. Well, how can you break the curse now? That's what I would want to know.
Masons are also in some of the seminaries in America. Like if you want to have a successful career as a, I don't know, like in a certain church organization, they do have like, I think, secret quiet ties with certain seminaries or something. And I know that if you join, you'll instantly get benefits, like your business will be given favor or connections.
Yeah, it's evil. But when he turned level 33, I mean, Like my mom does missionary work. My grandpa, that's the kind of stuff he did. You know what I mean? Right when he turned level 33, they wanted him to pray to Satan and commit his life to Satan. That's what they told him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, can we pause just for 1 second?
Yeah.